Hello! I've made it! I'm alive, honestly, guys. I'm here. I'm alive. Let's turn this audio down. Turn that down. There we go. Gotta win one of these fights quickly as well. Well, I had to do a certain thing. I had to feed the cat. So, can't really see her. She's down there right now. It's very demanding. You know, that's why I'm late. So, yeah, I apologize. I'm basically about... What's the best way to describe this? I'm about 2 weeks behind my life. Right, that's where I'm at right now. I'm about 2 weeks behind my life, and I'm trying to rapidly speed up. So, it's been a minute. I do have raid videos coming out. I will be honest. I know it might have seemed like all I do is King Arthur and other videos. I do have raid videos. I've recorded the Feral video. Finally, I've also recorded a video on the new clan systems. Honestly, they can't do math over there at Playrium. And I got loads more videos planned now, so I'm trying to get back into the swing of things, guys. I know it's been a bit of a barren February. It's been a bit of a... It's been a bit of a moment, but, you know, we've got to look forward. We're losing here quick. Oop. We need Noel, but yeah, I did do some math on the new clan update, and it's a bit of a laughable joke, right? It's a bit of a laughable joke. John, welcome back for 9 months. I really appreciate you all. All of you people who still stick around when I haven't been able to get as much content out, I really do appreciate it. It's not been where I've wanted it to be, but I'm excited to get back into doing some more raid content now. I got married. Who did I get married to? That's the one, DK Snakes. Why Noelle? Because Noelle has, in my opinion, the best revive in the game. And she also is pretty good for turn meter boosting in terms of like the speed buff. And I also just happen to have her in a really good build. I actually think she's super, super good. Looking a bit rough. Oh, we killed him then. It's not a problem. Lamaster's going to win. Oh, wow. It actually broke through my Lamaster. That's actually kind of bad. I really need He-Man to go before me. Ah. He broke through my... My Lamaster's resist. That's quite impressive. Lamaster's got a lot of resistance. So you got Marius done. That's huge, Curry. Congratulations. What do I do if the game won't let me complete one of the marriages? Are you careful for the win? Which one is not working, Thomas? Who got married? I'm so confused. What's the marriage thing on about? Well, what's the marriage thing? I'm so confused. We need Noel. No, I've just been super busy. Turns out trying to do 2 jobs is a challenge, so I'm still trying to find the right balance, but yeah, I've just been super busy is all. Oh, he took my damage dealer. Alright, well, I guess we're using Garrel. Cheeky. I need to do Noel. Sorry, people are so messaging me, so. You can no longer use champions in the Vault for Life Arena. I haven't. I did see that there's a bug at the moment with Whisper, which I've noticed. I think I'm gonna lose this fight again because I was distracted. She's still the best reviver in the game, Taiko. I'm just getting bad RNG with the fights is all. Yeah, she's in Stone Skin. She's like 340 speed. I never said in live arena. I said the best reviver in the game is Noel. There is no other character in the game that will give you a full team revive on a 3-turn cooldown. So I did not. I'll be honest. I have been that incredibly busy that I haven't even had time to do my own videos, so I've not had time to watch a lot of things. Let's go with Amasu. Let's take out... Not really a threat. Let's take him out. I really need to just clear the messages and then I can focus. Oh, what are we doing? So we're fast enough, so I could just take out this, but the best thing for me to do right now is to just stun him up. Break, break, break. Force that change. Burst 2 meter. Freeze him up. Take away the buffs. Boof, boof, boof. Fear them out. I will eventually take control of this fight. It might take me a while, but we will get there. Let's make sure you can't do anything. That should finish him off. There we go. Got a win. Good old Marius. We don't talk about the Dungeon Divers. That Dungeon Divers is ludicrous. Right. Minimize. Stop the distraction. Where's the soundtrack gone? It's vanished. Just gonna play this going. I've run out of inventory space again, by the way. I'm back up to 370. I know this is a running trend. I feel like the joke of the stream is always now going to be I never seem to have space. I don't even know how I keep doing it. I'm pretty rigid. Like, I sold near enough every single piece of Hydra gear that I had in this week, because I don't keep anything that doesn't have speed or doesn't have like some sort of like, you know, 6-star gear. But I'm full up again. It's a real problem. My rank is so low. I'm deliberately not pushing is why. You'll notice I only do one fight a day. I'm deliberately not pushing because, I mean, I have nothing to really spend era bonuses on apart from Curse City, and I can pretty much do all of Curse City without the few difficult ones. So I'm like, yeah, I do need to do this today, so we'll do that. That I just haven't bothered spending on it, so I was like, I don't really need to do it. I should do it more often, but I don't need to. Is the point. So Right. Let's close this before I keep getting distracted. How you like the fusion? So I am very, very much on the, I think the fusion is really, really good. Now, I know a lot of people are a bit like, oh, the fusion's not that good, or it's a bit average. And I guess a lot of people are just looking to kind of skip after a pretty hectic, what I would say like Mad Hatter and Mad Hatter's Titan event was pretty stressful. Like you couldn't really miss a beat. It was pretty pacey. Some of the points weren't that high, but it just, everything kept coming at another pace. I think people are kind of looking for a little bit of a break, but I actually think the fusion is super good. I rate the fusion a bit higher than the Mad Hatter, but maybe that's just because I haven't really used the Mad Hatter that much. And that's also biased because I don't really rate Hydra anymore. Like I don't really feel, I feel like I'm so disheartened with Hydra that I'm just not feeling the. I'm just not really feeling the what's the word? The words are gone out of my brain. I've lost my brain of thought, you know. Hannah's good, yeah. I'm not really feeling the Hydra because since they've changed now, Hydra is just such a low priority for me. I go in, I do my instant battle now, and I gain like 600 mil with a 6-star Marius, and then I'll just go and do a manual Trender team when my team needs me to push. It's just not that fun anymore. I can't abuse it. I was waiting so long to get Feral. I finally got Feral and they broke Hydra. I can't use it anymore. There's no value to it. I can't do the damage. I can't push it to an nth degree. They basically destroyed the fun and didn't solve the problem, and then put instant battles in, which will kill the game mode. So just like Clan Boss, I expect no one will be doing any Hydra content anymore because why? What's the point? It's not that interesting. It was the second change they did back to back. The first change was annoying. The second change was bad. It's the second one that killed it for me. So, I don't know if the team has decided. We were debating it. Is the new Heroes Path going to be Summon Rush? Sometimes they say in the library, right? Sometimes. What do they say? Sometimes they say in the event library. Oh, it's a weekend. Of course it is. If there's no Summon Rush or Champion Chase, yes. There's no Summon Rush and Champion Chase, so yes, it will be. Yes, of course. It'll be a summon. It'll probably be Summon and Divers, if I'm being honest. Summon and Divers. I will be honest, though. I'm a little bit worried about it after I saw the Dungeon Divers. I know it was a slightly, like, there was a lot of dungeon events going on, which I think that's what they kind of do. They balance the event based on how many dungeons you're doing. But, I mean, yes, there was a Queen's Dungeon, and yes, there was Fire Knight, and yes, there was a couple of other things, but that was a very expensive Dungeon Divers that we had to do. I still haven't done it all, to be honest. I'm going to have to blast them after this. Is it Summons and... Yeah, Summons and Dungeon Divers. That's what I thought. It is pretty obvious, you know. Nice. Have I even done my dailies? I haven't even done half my dailies. I'm so... I was so bad this CBC. I just didn't have time to do anything. And I kid you not, I was 20 minutes away from missing Hydra's cut off. So that was a bit rough. I was doing Chimera at 4 in the morning last night, which was not great. That's the only problem now with Chimera, with Siege, with CBC. There's so much clan activities to do. It's actually a bit overwhelming, a little bit. So I'm kind of glad they introduced things like the instant Hydra battles, because it just means that I don't, you know, I could do it. It was really, really close that I was not going to be able to do a bunch of these things, so... I actually need to level this. We gotta do the silly Sand Devil in a minute from Centranos. I have to manual it. It's gonna be horrible. Check the new badge you got on your badge. You don't want to show that off, though. Do you really want to show that off? I'm not sure you do. You know, just like I refuse to use the whale glow stick, GV, I don't think you really want to show that badge off. Do you? Like, we could do a poll if you want, but I'm sure people here are going to all agree with me. We'll do a little poll, see what everyone thinks. No, it's worse than that, guys. It's worse than that. Oh yeah, it's easy enough, Exlithan. It's just I haven't done it because I had to tweak things. It's not that it won't be difficult. I haven't done it, you know. What did you get? You basically got this, didn't you? Was it challenges? What are you making noises for, Cat? That's what he did. I'm like, I would not want to show that. Honestly, you think 5 million CVC is bad? That's bad. Hello. What are you doing? Hello. You have a cat singing. It's a flex. I mean, yeah, but I'm like, oh, I don't know. It's like Saoirse. I've got her. I never summoned her. It's like the whale glow stick. It's an embarrassment. It's not a good thing. Yeah, Maris is a beast in Finite. 182,000 champion track. Do you even have characters to level? This one's going to be the most stupid one. Nobody's ever going to get that. I can't even do one. This is going to take forever as well. That's insane to me. Absolutely insane. It's like, why does it have to be on auto? Why can't it just be that you did it? It's really annoying, these. Oh, you have to do it on auto. The literal game mode is designed for you not to do it on auto. Why are you doing this to me? Wow, people actually think it's worth polling. Okay. All right. Better flex it then. Can you show Maris? Yeah, I will. So I was able to. I finally got lucky. Okay. I finally got lucky with Maris's gloves. You might wanna sit down for this one. As much as what GB did was a whale show off, this one is also equally big. I keep forgetting to turn it on. I'm not used to it being there, so therefore I haven't been using it. Craft one of these. Cool. Awesome. What do I have to do here? Done all that. Cool. I hope you're sitting down for this. Should probably just try to switch that over as well. I've run out of those. It's a bit strong. Do you know what's disgusting as well? It's not even max build. Because I can still get more critical damage. He's still 14% down. Still 14% down. And this could be defense. This could be defense. This could be defense or accuracy. This could be defense. He's not even at max build yet. Like, the ring is useless. The ring is absolutely terrible. The ring does nothing for him. I could literally put... I could literally put any ring on that is essentially, like... it's just no... It's giving him a bit of defense. Right, it's better than nothing, but it is kind of useless. I need to switch this away to HP. Switch that to defense. I'm not used to this abbreviations button, by the way. I keep misclicking. I've also got this one now. So... I already have Mr. T. Shoe Sugars. That's the re-rolled version. Yep. I'm growing my little gem connection here, but I mean most of these are pretty useless, but he's got the best ones on at the moment. Pretty much. Like, I do have another dungeon. I mean, I could switch in another dungeon diver, or I could switch in this. We also have this one, but that's just way better for Carnage. That one's cool. So yeah, it's how many have I got? Well, I haven't actually summoned anything yet. I'm storing it all up for a big end of season, end of Alice event, right? How long we got left on Alice in Wonderland? To tell us? When's it expire? We've got like, what, 2 weeks left? Something like that. By the way, look at this. Look how brutal this is. That's Snipe of the Century. I didn't even realize we were up against our main clan. I had no idea we were up against our main clan here. That's how out of touch I've been. How many would I keep? Not many. I'd keep a couple. Never know when you need one. It's not the worst relic. Look at that. 0.04. 0.04. Literally so small. If I'd done one more Marius A2, that's how much difference this is. If I had done one more Marius A2, I would have won top. Yeah, that's my teams now. Where is it? Yeah, it's big. I'm only able to do it because of Finer. So I was able to do like 12 trials because I could do RAM form. Look. I can basically do like all these RAM form ones. So once Necmo comes back in, Lamasa will go out and Necmo will come back in for the Leech trial. But I had to. He's not good at the moment. You just if negative finish is too much. So yeah, Fine is in my Hydra team now. Yeah, I mean it's tricky. It's tricky. I think I missed it because I had a bad transference or something. I can't remember exactly what it was, but I think he got killed just as I was going to do it. So why Elva? I needed a reviver with increased speed. I think it was. Or was it a cleanse? No. I needed a reviver with a cleanse. So I needed someone who could revive and also cleanse, and she also was in protection, is built. So I just used her. So no, Noelle's not good because she doesn't do block debuffs. Trying to do this without block debuffs is rough. Right? Trying to do this without a block debuffs is pretty hard. So I found it was just more stable with Elva. So, she also can give you Veil and a bunch of different things, so she's kind of useful. I missed a few more trials on here because I messed up RAM form as well, so. How do you build Necra? Stone Skin is probably the best way now, yeah. You can go a protection build. If you know you can keep them alive, you can go a protection build and basically buff up your damage dealer. Or you can go for a Stone Skin build. Both of them are pretty good. I would avoid Bolster these days because Bolster's just lost a lot of value since Narcissus, so. But yeah, so I'm doing 8.49 billion. So. But a lot of teams are using Sennas, right? Sennas are the top teams. This Senna Arbaeus combo is very, very competitive. Because it gives you everything you need. It's very hard to beat. So it's kind of impressive that I'm only 60 mil down and I only have one damage dealer. So Lamasu build, yeah. Lamasu is vicious. Trying to get some souls on Lamasu. It's taking a while. Lamasu is basically 312 speed, 393 accuracy, really high resistance. Like, as long as she doesn't get locked out, she will always help me. So she's got the highest resistance I possibly can get. Let me probably just max that out now. You know, speed, defense, accuracy, defense, resistance, speed, resistance. Like, this is what we're going for. This, you know, potential for some glyphing. It's not the best glyph there. Currently got Orb of Transfixion. Orb of Transfixion is really, really good. Because she A1s a lot. So she can steal a lot of buffs. She's kind of annoying like that. So. Hey, Shooter. Now, I did manage to be Amius this rotation with this, by the way. It was quite funny. I just destroyed it. It didn't stand a chance. I just literally wrecked it. Fenax just two-shot it. It's quite funny. I tried to use a He-Man power-up, but it just didn't work, so... Yeah, I did see there was a bug. I also saw there was a bug with Whisper that it wasn't doing its extra turn anymore. I just one-shot it, Mr. Burst Off. I killed it before it could get to its second rotation. Oh, Chloe has arrived. Yeah, sorry, I forgot to say I was going live, Chloe, but it was borderline I was going to make it anyway, so... Yeah, I'll show you now. I'm pretty sure Ninja has no gear, by the way. Which is why he's basically worthless. The hell is playing in my ear? How about Snow? Not really vibing that one right now. That's better. I have no idea why we went that way. It was a bit dramatic. G-Man, because what we got to realize is that I am sometimes a bit stupid. That is why I'm not using A1. Because I am, quote, stupid. Not always, just sometimes. And this is one of those times. I look small. It's because I'm sitting back. See, if I sat up, I wouldn't be. Ninja has no gear. What are you talking about? Ninja's like, I haven't used Ninja in I don't know how long. Is your auto balance Godforge Heroes Google spreadsheet? Posture. Okay, I'm sorry. Oh, sorry. Here we go. I'm in good posture now. There you go. Does this help? How long do I have to be in this posture for? The rest of my life? Come on. I don't even know where the cat's gone. I think she's gone off somewhere to sleep. She's not in the room. For the rest of the free-to-play, yeah, I haven't logged into that in a while. I have to say, I'm a bit bad. You got the Lady Mikage fusion. Congratulations. Mikage is well worth it. Well done, Jintoro. You reached your 5th hit. Surely we can kill it. Why is it not dead yet? There we go. Done. I'm having a discussion regarding Marius in Slayer. Does he get terminated back every AoE attack, or only the first time he hits the enemies in Hydra? It's on every action. He will gain 5% per target he AoEs, but it's not per hit. So if you hit 3 times on the A2, you'll only get 1 per target. So as long as you hit like, one enemy, you'll get 5, 10, 15, 20. So every single time he attacks in Hydra, he'll get 20% turn meter. That's the way it works. Well, we had a lot of Night Revenant stuff there. Someone said they want to see how this works. This is how this worked, okay? So what we do is we go buff. I don't remember how I did it. It's been a minute. Enemy max HP. No, the wrong way around. I need to remember how I did it. Now, it's kind of annoying because if you do this, it still counts as a reduction, even though you didn't use the cooldown. Right? So when you're using Finer here, you can't use the A2 because it still counts. Even though there was nothing to reduce, it was still a problem. So I couldn't use it. If I remember correctly, I did this. And then I did that. Then I got double hit. He did A2. Double hit. That. Boost. A1. I think I gotta remember the exact rotation I did. Basically, I just have to get rid of these buffs. I can't remember the exact rotation I did. I think this was it. Yeah, we did this, killed that, and then did we just get a double hit? And it's whether or not I could get back around to killing it, basically. I think I basically just reset one more turn. Yes, this is the way you do it, right? So I basically buff A1. 1 max HP here. Hopefully get the Hex, double hit. Sometimes if I get Helm Smash, it does a lot more damage, which is great. Then you want to counterattack here. Didn't get one, so I probably have to restart. Put the decreased defense and weaken up now. A1. Got a Helm Smasher proc there. You see how much more damage you do with Helm Smasher now. Thing is, every time we buff, we get turn meter, so it's really valuable. I can't remember who I put this on. I put on Marius, basically. Because it's going to take a turn anyway. So we get an extra turn. Boom. Whale Wars. I could, but it's actually not a problem. Godforge will be out this year. Right, so let's push through here. Let's go kill all these Fantabitosies. But I've got Aspect of Seroth and no Rhodas. Any recommendation where you'd use them? I don't know, it's quite a heavy punishment. You want it on someone that basically can abuse turn meter, and I don't know who you'd put it on. You probably just pick it for the relic slots, if you're going to do it. Where was the parental guidance? Oh god, how bad was it? How much did they leak? Do I even want to know? Is it worth just not entertaining the problem? Who's the threat here? You're the threat. What's the relic recommendation for He-Man? Either if you've got a Cat's Gaze, if you don't, then you're looking down the trail for anything with triangular or circular gemstones. So I would say, you know, it's pretty good to go for something like a there's one that gives a circle on its own, like one of the skull helmets. Obviously Stormcaller if you had a mythical, but that's very unlikely. You know, Erethi's Comet is still worth it even though we can't debuff, just because you get the right red gemstone combinations. If 9-piece Slayer has been fixed, it is kind of final. That's one of the videos I'm working on right now. What I'm trying to do is work out all the multipliers that apply to Slayer now, because they've basically decided what it's going to be. It's pretty much set in stone. So I'm just trying to work out what everything goes into it. to make it work. Build a second Trender or +2 to the one I got. I would hold on to all of them until you can +4, Alex. Don't choose now. You don't need to. Wait. Is what I would say. What champs? Hallowed Hilt is the second best support relic. You don't pick Hallowed Hilt for the passive. You pick it for the speed and you pick it for the gemstone combinations. Okay, so anyone who is a support will go on Hallowed Hilt. That needs to go fast, right? Your speed lead. It's 24 speed. It's a stat back. This is basically a stat relic more than it is anything else. It's a bit difficult to do that, Tim, because the optimizer is not really AI as much as it's more of a it's a tool that basically tells you what you're after, not try to. It doesn't really tell you what you need. It tells you what you can do, not what you should do. So it requires a bit of a different train of thought. If that makes sense. What's the fastest relic? The new Revive relic and Hallowed Hilt is the fastest relics. So you want one of those two. Would you rather pull Eternals during boosted rarity or boosted rank? Eternals? Do you mean Voids? Or do you mean Primals? Wow. That's the irony of it, Draki, right? It's the fastest one, you just never see it. Oh, Eternals. Oh. I would rather pull it when there's a path that's going to give me something worthwhile. It's a better way to look at it. Sometimes they do boosted rates on Eternals. It's not often, but they do it from time to time. It's not often, you know. Probably not many. Yeah, the Chrono Cube was always going to be a little bit busted. But I still think it's very niche. Like, the effect is not that crazy good. It's not like you can get it every... You know, you're going to find a lot of value for it. Come on, I need to decrease speed here. Never get what you need. I need to decrease speed, which is fun. We're trying to basically get decreased speed from Kantra. What was the logic? Just because I wanted to be exotic and try it out. I don't know. Just trying to break the shield so that I can get decreased speed. That's all I'm after. Once I get decreased speed out, we're fine. But she just will not roll decreased speed on her A2. I could just use her A3 to be honest at this point. But when Blizzard doesn't land freezes, it's a bit of a challenge. Should probably just use our A3 at this point here. It's just not worth waiting. Yeah, I'm not surprised all the mythical ones are broken. They probably never thought anyone would ever get them. Like, because it takes you so long to even get a chance at them. And then when you actually do summon, like if you think it takes you about a month to get a 20% chance, it's going to take you about a year to get one mythical relic on average. Unless you super high roll. Yeah, we're working on them actually right now. It was been a bit challenging because we were trying to work out how deep do we need to go, like how narrow or how specific do we need to be recommending like all gemstones and stuff like that. So we are working on the relic recommendations. Yeah. I mean, it's going to take them like 2 years to make it, Martin. The second season was better than the first season. I don't really know where they go, but you know. Come on, decrease speed. There we go. All right, should be able to keep it down now. I mean, that's true, Elysium. I mean, the only problem with that logic, Courtois, is that technically Sauron forged the One Ring 1,000 years before the story that is being told currently in the Rings of Power. So, because the One Ring was formed 1,000 years before even Isildur was born. So, time compression in the Rings of Power is a bit of an issue. Destroy set has a maximum of 40%. Destroy set can only destroy... it can only destroy 8% per attack up to 40% max. Don't think we're quite there yet. Yeah, a lot of other effects, though, don't have a cap. I'm talking specifically Destroy set. Life Harvest caps at 60%, for example. If you steal Turn Meter from Sand Devil, there is no cap. Heracles has no cap. It just depends on what effect is causing the Destroy HP. I'm talking specifically about Destroy set. It's close enough. Yeah, there you go, 40%. Answers the question, right? Hey, Kina. Should proc. No. Should be done now. You can do it without Newt, to be honest. Just Newt is so powerful. You don't need him. Like, I can do it without him. It's just significantly easier if you can. Oof, that's not bad. That's rubbish. Right, what do you got here then? You're still built, right? Sure you are. Let's just do AoE. Work my way down. Ow. Lost a bit of health here, but we're probably okay. Or not, because apparently we can't kill this guy. Alright, well, we got through wave 1. What about wave 2? Probably not. I'm gonna guess we're lacking gear on some of these. Probably just missing some gear. Yeah, okay. Oh, we're not. Interesting. Okay, well, I thought Kellen would be useful. It wasn't, so I guess we'll go back to Chamfer. Just, the biggest thing is you lose a lot of health on this first wave. I think I just must have put placeholder gear on. Much better with Chamfer, though. It's much easier with Chamfer. Rhonda on her own is capable of carrying, and, you know, Killian is also insane. Just much stronger with Chamfer because of the balls to set. Slow him down. Nice. Nice. Ow. I'll watch out for the Gerp tech in this content. The Gerp tech can really rip you a new one. Where are... Really, we're going to lose Rhonda? Probably fine. Oh, maybe it's not. I can't believe we lost Rhonda on that last wave. Maybe we can still do it. I doubt it. Yeah, I just took a bit too much damage in places. I also weak hit like a huge amount. 1, 2. 3. Okay. The key is basically getting rid of one GURP, right? One of these Grizzors, that's the key. You always have to get rid of one. Which we did a really bad job of this time. It's mostly Affinity Wars Curse City, honestly. Like, Curse City is literally just Affinity Wars these days. Like, did you weak hit? Did you not? Did you get, like, a 1-turn provoke there instead of a 3-turn? You know? It's just... See, it's just weak hit central. So a bit of an AoE. Well, that's fun. Oh, man. Just taking too much damage. Come on. I tried it one time and I get 6k to balance. Well, it depends which content area you're doing it in. What content area you're picking. Full Amos feels so good. Yeah, I mean, that's not easy to do, though. Oh, come on. What am I here bonus is not a lot. It's fine, it's just basically getting the good RNG here. That's the main thing. Like, being able to hit a Hum Smash is really important. Thank you. Like that. Being able to take that out straight away is big. Proc is passive. Took it AoE. Now I need to get rid of Togron, ideally. See, she's just getting pumped. It's just about trying to get Rhonda through wave 2. Let me just check these are all good, because they're probably not. Like, he seems to have lost a lot of his damage. Have I just put some really bad gloves on him? I don't know why he's lost all his damage. Take that. Let's just do that. There you go. See if it survives this now. Didn't think so. Okay, somehow we've been fully provoked, but it's okay. I'd like not to be fully provoked, thank you. Bit more oomph now. Yeah, it's annoying, but it's fine. Okay. Oh, nearly. Took out a Korra guy's pain in the backside anyway. See, this is what happens if you don't kill one of these Grisors at the bat. Just taking way too much damage now, and now it's pretty much over. Never going to be able to heal up. See what I mean? You got to take out the Grisors, otherwise they just put perma heal. So what we're going to do is we're going to save do that lockout, stop that so I don't get that. See, that's what I was afraid of, is gotta watch out for that. Still okay. Alright, she's kind of low HP, but she'll heal up. Okay, we've got lockout this time. So this time we can just take that out. Fear. Didn't get it. Nice. That was important. Can heal up off that now. Bit of AoE. Slow that down. No more Grisor. Whack you. Oh, that was nasty. Okay, we got through to wave 3. Key here. Kill out the friggin' Siffy. Lock out. That phase nasty. Gotta kill a Siffy now, basically. But it's gonna be difficult when I've got basically Rhoduses. Gotta kill this first. Nah, I don't think I'm gonna do it. I think I lost too much by losing the Ronda, so... Nah, I lost the Ronda. Oh, that was sucky. Hey, Kim. Kind of killing things a bit too quick here. Gotta be careful. Might not get back onto the A2 in time here. She kind of killed everything really fast. No, I kind of want to that. Kill you off. Slow you down. Just gotta try and keep the Ronda alive. If I keep the Ronda alive, we're good. Slow you down. Go down. That's what hurts. Now, I just don't know if I can get... Let's just try stun. Nice, that's important. Slow down. I was going to heal. Okay, that should kill that. And then we should kill the Gurt Tuck. Okay. Right, so let's burn up. Hopefully we get lockout this time. We didn't last time. Lockout, lovely. Nice. Kill a Siffy. Really? Take one hit. Okay, now it's okay as long as we can basically just kill out the Siffy. Put him into sleep. I gotta get rid of these Necret buffs. Because Necret is basically right now. Just try and slow him down a bit. Right, now that I've got that, I can actually crowd control. Oh, come on. Oh, I was close. Okay, cool. I don't think I'm going to do it because I think... I was unlucky not to get rid of this. We'll see. If he could land some debuffs, that would be great. Come on. Right, landed one. Oh, you're dead. Oh, we're okay. I think we're good. I think we're good. It's close, though. There we go. Oh. That was a bit tricky, but we got there. That should be easy. What are your thoughts about the 5-star top row mythical gear for stone skin protection in general? I generally keep it because it's not a bad thing to... It's not a bad thing to roll. Like Chaos Ore, you know? Okay. If we can get through wave 1, we'll win. Big F. Man, look, see what I mean? It's all about do we weak hit? It's basically what this game mode is. Do you weak hit? If you don't, you're great. Be careful about this cleanse. We're okay. Nice. Okay. Heal up. Boost. Heal up. Really? Come on, finish him off. There we go. Should be good. Easy. Nice. Okay, let's pick up this one here. I mean... How hard could it be now I got 6-star Maris? It's like, hey look, Maris is here. What does Maris do? Maris be what Maris does. He's the problem. And he max HP. Oh look, Maris one-shot the wave. Hey look. Maris one-shot the wave. I don't even know if Frolin's going to get a turn. Oh, Fronley's finally going to get a turn. There he goes. Cheeky. I just stole that block damage, I think. I may have done. I don't know. Have I done all the awakened stages? Yeah. That one there. I really hate you have to kill this this character twice now. It's kind of annoying. We kind of killed that wave a bit fast. Be careful there now. Passes away. Drop to me there. Kind of annoying. Nice. All done. Boom. Okay, cool. So... guess we do the last hard one, right? We're going to find the spreadsheet for max HP scaling show up with the Marius video. It's pretty interesting, 8 months old. It's in my channel somewhere. I don't know where exactly I put it. Spiderlings. Kill the queen. We kill the queen, we win. Oh. You should kill the queen off. Right, now we're going to focus this guy. We've got to outrun the debuffs now and hope to God we don't die in the meantime. Okay, we should be good now. Rhonda, you do have a passive. Don't forget this, Rhonda. There we go. That's basically make sure we don't die. Okay, that's... took a bit too much damage there. It would be nice if Rhonda remembers she has a passive, though. She seems to have forgotten. Has anyone seen a single Rhonda like, I don't think I've seen a single one proc yet. I'm not going blind, am I? I don't think I've seen a single proc yet. I'm not going blind, am I? I don't think she's... I mean, I know it's only 15% chance, but I've hit the thing about 6 million times. Oh, she's decided to now join in. There we go. Better late than never. She's going to die from it. Okay, well, you know. I'd just be able to do it through max HP here. Damn unlucky. She just never joined in. Like, what does a man have to do to get a little bit of, you know? I don't really need this. I just drop that. Boom, boom, boom. Ouch. Yeah, this is going to have to be a restart. It's really annoying. Like, it's just really annoying having to deal with this. Should freeze there, which is not great. Oh, everyone got frozen. It's so frustrating, this fight. Like, I really hate the fact they basically make an encounter which is specifically designed for you to force you to bring block debuffs, and they make it so you can't use block debuffs. I mean, that's the whole point of this fight. It'd be nice if he could land decrease accuracy on his A1 as well. That would help from time to time. Okay. Good. Dead. Right. Take a bit of a hit. This is fine. Now, all we need to do is make sure Ruella doesn't die. That was the only reason why we failed last time, is she died. Oh, Rhonda, come on. Come on, Rhonda. Use the force. Don't die. Nice. Should be good now. Hey, she used a passive. Check her out. Should be good now. Boom. Simples. What do we got here? Defense. We'll try it. We probably won't actually. Never re-roll that. That was kind of rough. Kind of rough. Might be good. Sucks to get 5-star gear. You know, making good progress. I mean, I honestly never really do these. Like, I probably won't do this. It's kind of hard if you don't have, like, a Shamrock or something. Now, if I had the Relic, he is one that I really would love the counterattack relics for, but I don't have the relics yet. So, you know, I can do it, just don't want to. This one, I can do it, just don't want to. This one, I can do, but guess what? Hey, guys, just don't want to. This one here, probably simple, easy. That one's fine. This one, can do. Guess what? Probably won't. So I'll just clean up, get what I need, peace out, and just wait for another month. Who cares about those chests? I really don't. Doom Tower resets tomorrow, which is kind of cool. Have I done Brutal? No. Loki makes S19 fairly easy now. Yeah, I mean, really? Do we think it's fairly easy? I just can't be bothered to do the other ones. Like, Loki makes it easy. I mean, yes, but no. I just can't be bothered. Exactly, Elysium, right? For an epic book, come on now. Oh, I can't. I don't have the energy to do a gear cleanse. But like, look how much space I've got. I don't know how to solve this problem. I'm in permanent state of no space. Like, it's a state of permanence that I can't seem to solve. Look. I know. Sure. Why not? Sure. Why not? It's Carnage Soul one time only. Yeah, you only get it once. Hey, look what I got out of this summon pool, right? This summon pool. Look what I got. The hell do I want an Ator for? Do you want to see how much 5-star? Look. Filter. Rank, rarity, 5-star. The only things I have 5-star either equipped or there's special sets. And look how many rings I've got. Not many. But I just have to go through and clean them all. I just don't know if I have the energy tonight, honestly. But the issue I've got is my inbox is now so full. I can't even run lots of dungeons AFK. So I want to do the dungeon divers, right? I gotta get down to here. But I can't because I have to farm in intervals of 20. Otherwise I run out of space. Haven't even done champion training event. Oh, that's bad. It's going to take a while. Oh, Lord. How's the free to play? I have not had time to play it. I'll be brutally honest. My time is barely getting there. I need to do this though. What was the extra mission? Yeah. It's just it needs a deep gear cleanse. And it's a time consuming activity, you know. How's my reho built? 9 pieces of feral, super fast. Yeah, that horde clear out for Pony was hard work. It was hard work. Truly was. Just got Lamasu. Nice. Lamasu's awesome. You don't understand why she's so awesome? Let me explain why. I'll explain why Lammasu is one of the best champions in the game. Once I get out of this. Of course. Pulled Fidey 2 days after getting Lammasu, never looked at it. Yeah, I mean, Fidey's great, but not as good as Lammasu. I don't need you. It's actually disgusting how little these enemies can do anything. I will. It's actually disgusting how little these enemies have a turn. I don't think they took a single turn. Good content. I mean, it depends. It's difficult. I'll tell you. Let me be realistic with you, Elixium. They will not be able to make good content for Raid Shadow Legends anymore. And it's due to the fundamental imbalance in game design. It's why, to some extent, it's very hard to get excited about any champion that comes out right now for me, because nothing can... Like, I basically play this game with 3 champions. My live arena team is actually 3 champions. And they are unbeatable in terms of power, even against most mythical champions. Okay, so why is Lammasu very good? And then I'll explain why they can't make good content anymore. So, why is Lammasu really, really good? So, AoE A1, 70% decrease attack. Pretty good, pretty stable, right? AoE block buffs and AoE True Fear, which becomes AoE decrease speed on boss content that doesn't attack, which means it's affinity friendly. Would have been with Void anyway, but it's still affinity friendly against Poison Cloud. So Poison Cloud means you can get on top of it if you have a good burner as well. But it also gives you a couple of combinations of good usefulness here. Like, it decreased speed block buffs and decreased attack. Covers a lot of the requirements for things like Hydra, Chimera. But in PvP as well, the True Fear is really, really good. Now, what makes her really, like, what makes her an exceptional champion is the passive and the ultimate. The passive and the A3, right? The third ability. Because I can never say this. Authority Manifest. She's totally immune to sheep, which means you don't get forced into the intercept window. You don't have to worry about lots of different issues with the A1 decrease attack or anything like that. You can build it with accuracy, you can build it with lots of different things, because you never get sheeped. But more importantly is this second part. This is incredibly powerful. Why? Because you're reducing enemies' accuracy and resistance by 100, which is really good for places like Chimera. But every single time you debuff, you're dropping turn meter. Turn meter is king in Arena right now. You're getting agency and control. This is a 20%, is a 10% turn meter reduction on all enemies. Very good. And then you pair it with Icon of Domination. And what's really good about this is it is pretty much an anti-Armand's counter entirely. Because you'll have debuffs. You basically can make it so that as long as she can take a turn, you can guarantee your damage dealer will take a turn. okay? Because I'm going to fill that ally's turn meter by 50% and reset the cooldowns of all their abilities. So even if I get locked out, as long as she can get a turn and A3, I pretty much have a counter to lockout, I have a counter to crowd control, I have a counter to everything because of how much turn meter she fills. She's also a 24% in all battles, so from a siege perspective, you're only really looking at something like Lazarius and Arbaeus as kind of viable high-end arena options. Yes, you can do Lysandra, yes, you can do a couple of others, but she's like the third best aura. I think there might be one more that has a good aura, but she's the third best aura for siege mode for this potential, okay? Now, why in particular do I think she's really good? Marichka is the one I was thinking of, yeah. So why in particular is she really, really good? Well, it's the way that you can combine things within her kit to make this work. So right now I have Orb of Transfixion. So she can counterattack AoE. I don't get sheeped when I steal debuffs. You could potentially look at using the book on her, right? The book of whatever it's called. This book here, right? This is going to give you 30% more turn meter fill. You're already filling 50%. So if you do 50 times 1.3, that becomes like 70% turn meter fill, okay? So you can use these relics to really abuse her kit. The fact that she resets abilities and puts intercept means that she makes Marius much, much stronger as well. Because one of the biggest problems that Marius has is when he A3s, he's actually stunning someone. So he puts himself in a sheep risk. So you kind of always want to do the A2. So you kind of can, she allows you to do the A3 because even if you do stun someone, you get polymorph, the intercept will stop it. So it means that he can take a turn. So when I'm using it in arena, what I'm doing is I'm looking for a team like this, okay? So let's see here. Let's see if I can find a competitive. It's going to be difficult for me to find a team to fight because everything's on free farm. Let's take this team here. Okay, so normally I will put it in with this type of team. Not him normally. Normally I'll do it with this, and I'll put Carnage in. Okay, this is a pretty good example of my arena team. Let's just put him over here. Okay. Probably going to lose this one because this is a bad team to cope against. Self-foreign will break the shields though. That's a weak Marius, it's fine. That's not a weak Marius. Ugh. It's a Freya combo, it's just really strong. Okay, cool. The Freya is really strong here. Can't keep up with the damage output. It's multiplicative, so if you fill 30%, it's 30 times 1.3. Gotta be careful here. CC. Okay, so this is normally what happens, right? So they'll go first, fine. Immune. So in this situation now, you'd be like, I've lost control of the fight. Now, I could choose to get rid of Marius if I want to, but Carnage is a better fix here. Why? Because actually he's going to be able to do this. Guarantee me take a turn, go in, block active skills, kill them, spread. Then I can cleanse with Noelle. And, you know, they'll put block damage at probably... I mean, he's taking away his passive now, so he can't even do that. She does... That's why she's good. As long as you can get her to take a turn, there's not really that much they can do. She'll just enable it. Like, try and take it here, right? We'll put it in the same team. Oh, man, I can't... So many counters to my team these days. Yeah, so, but you can upgrade it to 30%. So it's a 30% fill, but you get 30% more, right? So if she fills by 50% and you put the book on her, and you put supersonic, and you also put a gemstone on someone, you can turn her 30% fill, a 50% fill to a 92% fill. See if we can kill her out. Really? You go to sleep. Tips for Builder Carnage. If you're going to use him in arena and you haven't got a soul on him, he needs Stone Skin to survive. I hate the fact he weak hits that. He's very good in 9 Feral in Hydra. Okay, 9 Feral in Hydra if you use him on his base form, because when you spread the debuffs, the Feral buff counts with it. Break this stupid shield. So yeah, I have him in like lethal and stone skin at the moment. But Feral is great for him if you can get him into 9 pieces. But if you really want him to be a true damage dealer in PvE, you actually don't even go sets. You go full damage stats. When I get the relic that I want, the right setup with the right runes, I will make him be like 10,000 attack, and I'll probably do crazy damage on Chimera. Of course. This team used to be really, really good. It's just really hard for people to actually... Like, I find it super hard to make Teox Carvelax work. Classic example, by the way, of a problem. Look, right? This is why Lamasu's great. I got locked out on all my 3 allies. Guess what? Doesn't really matter. Cleanse Marius, full reset, immunity, death. That is why she's great. And I could just now boost, switch form. It's not really a problem because I can just do that. Boom. She enables you to counter pretty much any lockout situation. But the key is she needs to be able to take a turn. If she doesn't take a turn, like if you can't get her to take a turn and you don't have enough resistance, you will not win. So that's the key thing to remember, okay? Is you actually do need to be able to let her take a turn. I originally tried Green Virus's Lamasu before. You got it like a siege window before me. And had gone for a supersonic build, but not enough resistance. And it just wasn't that good in arena because essentially the enemy would lock her out. She wouldn't be able to do much. You need to make sure that if you're going to use an arena, she has the ability to go. So you want a high speed, high resistance. Applying the debuffs is secondary. What if you can't cut in? Put 4 supersonic. 4 speed, 4 stone skin, 4 supersonic. That's how I have her. If the enemy's going to buff, then I can abuse the turn meter system. And you can put 2 gemstones on her, right? Relics are really powerful abuse mechanics. You can use the right relic setup and it will completely redefine how you use a champion, honestly. I don't think people have really drilled hard enough into how strong relics are because of their gemstones. And it's something I was saying in HH Gaming at the moment is, you know, gemstones at the moment, people are looking at them and not really realizing that the gemstone is more important than the relic in most scenarios. Yes, Cat's Gaze is great. Cat's Gaze happens to be really good purely because of the Ignore Defense. But the gemstones that it has is really, really good because it's double triangle and circle. It's exactly what you want for damage. Cat's Gaze would be about half its value if it had square gemstones, for example. What relic for Harima? I mean, it's mostly Cat's Gaze, but... Cowlight's multipliers are pretty good. It's just hard to set up. The problem is, everyone's multipliers will look weak against people like Marius and Newt and mythical champions. So that's your challenge, is the multipliers are actually spot on. Man, there's nothing more that I hate in the world than one-man Odin defenses. It actually needs to be removed. There is nothing worse than it's the new Paragon. Because I will win this race. But it is so goddamn, like, it's stupid. It's just wasting my time. Nothing worse than one-man Odin defenses. I wish they would, just people wouldn't do it. Honestly. You're actually a crime against humanity. Who did that? Crime against humanity. Well, blessing for Harima. Well, it depends what star you're at. This cruelty's pointless because you've got Harima. Harima will destroy the defense more than cruelty, so cruelty's a waste of time. I would say probably Nature's Wrath, if you're low on Harima, is the best one. Because that's what you got to remember, right? Harima does the same thing as Newt. She destroys defense. So cruelty on Harima is just a waste of time. You're basically just getting nothing. So So what you can do if you have good gear, right? So there's some gearing options for Lamasu. She's actually got a lot of options, but not many at the same time. You can, if you want to, run her with Feral. She does do 3 debuffs, so in a PvE setting, if you have 9 Feral, you will get quite a lot of value out of that, right? 3 debuffs, 15% damage, not bad. But you don't really need the other aspects of a Feral, which is polymorph and stuff. So, and you don't need Intercept. Supersonic 9 in a high resist, high speed build is probably the best build. If you can go first. But if you can't go first, then getting some Stone Skin and 4 Supersonic is ideal. I've got more resistance. Ideally, I would have Supersonic. Why? Because the 4-piece bonus will mean that if I don't go first, I can cut in to go first. People underestimate the value of 4-piece Supersonic. It's incredibly valuable. It's like 60, 70 speed. It's really, really valuable. So I just have her as really fast, high resistance, okay? And it's not perfect because I could absolutely do with switching this out. I don't mind that she's tanky, but I should have more resistance there. I could probably glyph some more different things, right? So, but that's the build I've got her in. I want her to go super fast and basically survive. But I've also got these, okay? So if you go, this is how you work it out. If you go Supersonic, okay? You go Supersonic, you go the book, okay? The book gives you, you can get 1 of these. So this will give you 15%. Plus another 15%. So you can get 30. So it'll be 50% times 1.3. That plus Supersonic, which is 1.3, will be a 92%. I think it works out. So 0.5 times 1.3 times 1.3. So it'll give you an 84.5% turn meter boost. Now, if the ally also has one of these gemstones that gives you a 10% boost, you can do 1.1. Right? That's 0.92. If you also have the mastery down here, where you've got each active debuff, if you put a debuff out, now it's 0.5 times 1.3 times 1.3 times 1.1 times 1.1. Now we're up to 102, well, 1.02% turn meter fill. So when you're assessing champions these days, you can't just go, oh, it's a 50% turn meter fill. I could make that 50% turn meter fill probably like 110% if I wanted to. If I indexed fully into it, I can make that turn meter fill 110% just by pushing a min-maxed build. And it would need a rare relic, some supersonic gear, and the right setup in the right team. This is why she's OP, because tell me a champion that can fully reset an ability, make yourself immune to polymorph, and give you all your abilities back in one ability. And in Chimera, I basically pair her with Fina. Right, so this is the rotation I do in Chimera. I can kind of show it to you in Clash. Let's take you out a second. So I'll do like Lamasu. Finer. Lydia. Anyone see a Lydia? A rogue Lydia. I should just use the search box. It would be helpful. Okay, Lydia. And then I normally run Elva. And we'll just run it like this. So basically, this is my setup normally. I'll just get Shamael in here because it's kind of annoying if I get feared. So what I'll do, okay? This is how you compare it. So I'll put a buff up. First buff. We'll just do A3 here to put some debuffs. First A2, 1. Okay, cool, awesome. Put some Farrell out. I should probably change his leader position, actually. Hang on. Just get rid of the fear. So, first A2, right? Boom. Then what I'll do is I reset him. This is my Chimera rotation, okay? Next, second A2. Reset him again. And look, I've got my A2 back again. Boom. And then what we'll do, okay, is we'll basically treat the next rotation as an interwave. So we'll use his A3. A1. I'll delay it 1 turn because we're not going to reset it yet. A2 again. And then I'll reset it 1 more time. And this is how I get Chimera damage with her. I double stack the resetting, another A2. Boost up this. Now the reset. A2. So you see, this is what I'm saying about Lamasu. She enables these types of teams. Okay, you need Finer for this type of team, but this is what she's going to enable for you, whilst giving you decreased attack, block buffs, and decreased speed. And there is not that many block buffs in the game still. They're getting much better, but there's still quite a bit of a gap. She doesn't attack with either of those A2 or A3 abilities, which helps. There you go, we can just do this. Boom, boom, boom. And that is the rotation. We're not saving this, but I'll just show you what I mean. Like 2 minutes, and that's the damage I can do. I've used my keys. I'm trying my best here. Yeah, she basically could... She's a better Ugo if you've already got decreased defense. Now, I don't actually need... You're often now, because of Cat's Gaze with Helm Smasher, especially in Hydra, right? I don't need decreased defense, really. Because right now in Hydra, okay, I get 20% ignore. I get 30% here, so 50%. Okay? Crushing Rend now gives me another 30% or 31%. So 50, 60, 70, 81%. Cat's Gaze now gives me 91%, 93%, 95%, 97%. So he's permanently doing 97% ignore defense, which means that if I was to just get this up to the final max level, which is hard, right? Upgrading this to the next tier is hard. You need to basically burn a couple of relics. I could probably do it right now, right? I could probably just take this. Take a diadem. Use my rank 1. Max it out. But it's just really difficult to do. Like, I gotta take another death bell. I've got so many of these death bells. It's too expensive right now. They need to add more sources. Because just even to upgrade this diadem, I need another rank 3. And that's only going to make one rank 4. It's stupidly expensive right now. You know, you have to basically burn one of these, which, you know, I could potentially burn one of these. But even then, like, you know, it's only a rank 2. And you need so much. So, like, 4 stars is pretty much the cap at the moment. It's the cap at the moment. Because until they give us better opportunities to get 4-star here, you can't earn enough relics to be able to do it. It takes too much. You know, even if I burst everything I've got here, I still wouldn't have enough unless I burnt the legendary to be able to get this to 4-star. Because I can only make one of these 4-star. You know, but I would like to, because obviously it would give me defense, but it's really hard to do. Because effectively to do this, you need to get, what is it, 4 4-stars, okay? To make 4 4-stars, that means you're going to need 1, 2, 3, 4 relics. Each of those relics is going to need to have probably a sacrifice of tier 1 because you don't get much tier 1. You can avoid the tier 2 sacrifice, but then they all need to sacrifice into each other. So you're probably going to need, you know, 20 to 30 relics. You just don't have enough. Yeah, exactly, Seastein. The only reason why I keep Helm Smash is Chimera. Because with Chimera, if I hit Helm Smash, I do true damage. But it's at max level, so. Yeah, so you need a lot. Yeah, an arena too, exactly. Yeah, you still need it. You know, so it's just like, you need tons. It's really hard. So until we start getting this 4-star basalt, or they start giving us more ways to craft, I mean, I'll be honest, this clan shop you've done is not great. Because the thing is, even if you get all the way to the end, you have basically a 25% chance to get the gilded medallions, and then you can only buy 50 of them per week. So you basically need 2 weeks to make one craft, and then you only have a 39.5%, well, basically a 40% that is legendary. So the likelihood, the absolute likelihood of anyone ever owning this really, really giga-charged relic is about 1 in 5 billion. It's almost impossible anyone that's ever going to use this relic in the current system. Literally impossible. Because it takes you too long. I've got a video coming out on it tomorrow that's going to explain all this. It takes too long to just even get close. We're talking years to just have a chance. So, and I'll be honest, in literally 3 updates, we started off with, good God, this Stormcaller relic is really, really strong. Oh wait, hang on. Cat's Gaze is now the best DPS relic, and it's like, oh wait, look, this relic gives you War Master. They're power creeping at a rate that you can't even get the relic. So, I think it's a waste of time, to be honest, to even look at it. You know, it's just a waste of time to even consider the relics. So it's a little bit less than 5 years. So yeah, maybe. I mean, that's what they normally do, right? Normally, they basically will, they'll put some way of doing it. When Clan Quest first came out, we had this problem, right? We had this problem that it would take you like 20 years to max out your clan level, and their solution was to basically give you 30,000 points per member in the shop, right? In the personal CVC. That's effectively how they solved the original clan problem, was every single time you won a personal CVC, everyone in the clan got 30,000. Basically, everyone in the clan got 1,000, which means every month you got an injection of 30,000 into your clan. And that, the personal CVC clan XP rewards, is the most valuable clan experience source in the game. It's the most valuable source. It gives you more than, like, it goes that, then Hydra, then you get incidentals. So, the best way to get souls is not Iron Twins. Yes. Well, no, the best way to get relics is Chimera. Because these cats gaze is going to go away, so the best way to get them is Chimera. The best way not... The clan shop is impossible. It's just... Unless all of a sudden they're going to give you, like, tons of clan experience, it's impossible. They should have released the relics in a... They should have released the materials in smaller quantities at lower ranks and got rid of some of the old gear. Quite frankly, I would be replacing Killstroke and putting that into a dungeon somewhere. You know? Yeah, when the live arena seasons will come. The problem is, though, I think they're just going to add a new tier of relic. That's what I'm saying. Like, they're power creeping relics incredibly fast. So are they just going to add a new tier of relic in live arena when the seasons come? You know? Because that's what they've done so far. Event came out, new event tier. Clan shop come out, new clan shop tier. Live seasons? I'm all for more relics, but they've got to be accessible in some way. You've got to be able to earn them. Chimera right now is not enough. I've only just now managed to start getting mythical material because I've got finer. The average player does not have any chance of getting a mythical relic because the chances are too low. So they're going to do something about that. Like, we have a pretty active clan, and I worked out that it would take us about 4 years for us to get an opportunity. Just an opportunity to get materials. Because that's what I'm saying, right? You need to first hit level 30 clan. Once you hit level 30 clan, by the way, new personal best. Look at that. New personal best. Marius B, what Marius B? Once you hit level 30 clan, then you have to roll 1 in 4. Right? You have to roll 1 in 4 to get the relic. Then you have to buy half because it only gives you 50 per week. So you need to roll 1 in 4 again. Then once you've done that, you need to roll 1 in... like, you have a 40% chance that it's going to be legendary or higher. So you've got to roll basically 25%, 25%, then a 40%. Then you have to roll the relic that you want, which is potentially 1 in 6. So if you wanted that chrysalid of summons, your odds is like, okay, well, we got to wait 4 years. Once we wait 4 years, we can do a 25% chance into a 25% chance, into a 0.5% chance, into a 50% chance. Do you know what the odds of that is? That you would roll 0.25 times 0.25 times 0.05 times 0.5. 0.001. That's the odds we're talking about here. Okay. We're basically saying for you to get that chrysalid, it's a 0.15% probability. Over 2 weeks, I would say. Okay? Over 2 weeks. Because you've got to roll that back to back. What I'm saying is, in 2 weeks, every 2 weeks, you get a 0.15% chance. Assuming it rolls like that. It's a bit difficult to do time probability with actual probability, because what you got to do is, like, I've got a 25% chance that I get this, and then another 25% chance next week. Because you got to do it over 2 weeks, because you can only get 50. So the best way to do is you basically say 0.25 and then halve the opportunity, because I can only get 50 fragments. So if you would basically halve the opportunity, because I need to roll 0.25, then I need to roll 0.05, then I need to roll 0.5, right? And then I need to basically times that by half, divide it by the half. It's a bit difficult. Someone in my brain is not really good at processing this level of math at this time of night, but someone in chat can probably correct me if I'm wrong, because I probably am wrong about that divided by 2. Which gives me a 0.3% chance per week. So in order for me to get that, we're talking like 33 weeks. So even after that, you've got like an 8-month probability. It's not quite right. There's something not right about that. Its time is a bit tricky. So so basically this is the TLDR, right? The video explains it really better. You've got to wait 4 to 5 years. Then you've got to wait probably like 8 months to just get a chance at 1 relic. So we're talking like a 5 to 6 year wait. And that's if you, by the way, that's if you perfectly play the game, which is near enough impossible. So in essence, what we're basically saying is you will probably have a better relic by the time you even have a chance to get 1 relic. And that's a bad system. Plarium is, I don't know who they have at economy design at Plarium, but they're not very good at it. And it might be by intent, right? At this point, it's happened so often. My gut tells me they are happily implementing bad economies, because you can't get it wrong this many times in a row. It's just impossible. Like, this is what I'm saying. They release Siege. Okay, and Siege has its own little microeconomy. Right? If you think about the economy, you need to collect some currencies. Okay? You can call them critical resources. They're kind of currencies, really, but they're actually critical resources. 2 things in the Siege that are critical resource. Mana orbs is a currency, not a critical resource, really. And the actual florins are kind of, even though they're a currency, they're kind of like a critical resource. Why? Because in order for you to upgrade your buildings, you need to collect florins. In order for you to get florins, you need to play the game mode. So if you're talking about game design, I'm playing Siege to get florins to upgrade my buildings. So it's an economy. You're designing a game economy there, and it's a little micro economy because it doesn't affect anything else outside the game. It's only within the same game, that loop, right? The way you play the game. I do a Siege, I get florins, upgrade a building. That makes me win better at Siege. I then do it again, I do florins. That's the loop you're playing at. This cycle here, they had to reduce on an economic level by 95%. That's how far out that economy was. They had to reduce it by 95%. That's not like, oh yeah, the multiplier was up and down a bit. That's like complete failure on an economy level. So I don't know why or how we got there, like whether it's bad QA, whether it's just the economy designer wanted it to be really, really tough, or whether they just didn't realize in a real world scenario how bad that experience would be. But to release a game mode and basically be 95% out, that's bad. So I don't know if it's their intent. You know, sometimes you will intentionally make an economy bad. Because what you want to do is basically sometimes make the economy bad so that you can sell non-critical resources that makes it better, right? For example, we're getting into a bit of game design lore here, but the Chaos Ore is effectively a really valuable non-critical resource. Your critical resource effectively is gear. And what you're doing is you're using the currency of, and I'm probably mixing some of these up because my brain is a bit out of this right now, but you're mixing, basically, you're taking the piece of gear, you're ascending it. And what they sold you to basically solve the problem of, my gear didn't give me the right ascension, Chaos Ore. So you're basically giving the player a solution, okay? They didn't really give you any solutions in Siege. So, like, I'm not really sure why. We all were saying this, like, people were joking about it. It's like, oh, the reason why the economy is so bad in Siege mode was they're going to sell you florins, right? They're going to sell you the resource that you need because you can't farm it. But I was like, they're never going to do that because that system is not meant to be like you're not really buying much value with those florins. That the economy design wasn't valuable enough for them to sell you those florins. You didn't get anything for them, right? It just made your siege better, but it wasn't like you were buying a champion or buying some gear, right? It won't be a perfect... There's no game that has had a perfect economy. Okay? There's a really good podcast that we did over at Fateless. I'll pin it in chat. It's well worth... it's well worth people going to watch it. If you're at all interested in the mechanics and machinations of trying to do a good game economy, this is a really, really good podcast to listen to. I'll put it here. I think this is the right one. I think so. Yes, this one. This is a really good podcast to go listen to if you're interested at all in game economy, because you will understand some of the challenges that it can present and why no game will ever get it right. Even like big games with multi-million-pound budgets and economy advisors, you know, there's always something that has gone wrong in the economy, and there's not much you can do about it, right? The key thing is trying to make an economy balanced enough that you can flex around it, right? That you can basically do different things. And there's also basically a Raid's got two types of economies. Okay, it's got a power economy and then it's got an actual economy. So what I mean by that is Raid have lost control of the game balance power economy. And what I mean by that is how powerful a character, a champion, can be. Because even that could be weighted. You want to kind of have like a nice even spectrum that as a player you can kind of chase valuable resources and feel like it's worth doing. So we all want to pull the next best champion because it's going to give us more power. That's an economy increase, right? You're inflating the economy. You're making the experience of a player feel like that the thing that they're buying has more value. But the problem in Raid Shadow Legends right now is champions are too powerful. So in essence, why would I want like the next big, like, you know, Cholo, the new Void Legendary is pretty cool. He doesn't come close to Marius. You know, what kind of team that can I bring to Finite Hard right now that's going to make my team better? What team can I bring to, you know, outside of someone like Senna, there's not one that can really beat my Chimera team. And that's the kind of somewhat of the issue they've got in one part of their game, and why I was saying they can't really make good content, is there's no content in Raid Shadow Legends that can't be beaten with Marius Newt, Lamassu. Every event dungeon they're ever going to release, I'm just going to go Marius Newt Lamassu. It's the most efficient and quick way to do it. So in essence, what they can't create good content because there's no content they can create that's going to present me as a player a challenge at the end game. Now it will present new game challenges for players, but then you've got to be careful about presenting too many challenges to a new player. So that's why I think when I say sometimes that they can't make a good game mode is because the game is in a situation where it doesn't allow you to make compelling challenges to a player that can't just be instantly one-shot by multiple enemy max HPs. There's three mechanics in games that you really have to be very, very careful about. Enemy max HP, ignore defense, and stat scalers. Right? Because with enemy max HP, you allow a player to artificially inflate a character's damage, which means the gear that they have is no longer that important. Right? With Newt, I don't really need a very big, powerful build to hit max HP caps. If they didn't have enemy max HP caps on bosses, I could one-shot anything in the game with an enemy max HP champion. And I can do it multiple times, I can reset it, right? So that's one thing. The other thing that's really problematic is ignore defense. You devalue the importance of having any sort of defensive nature when every champion you face now has like 15% ignore defense, plus cat's gaze, plus area bonuses, plus lethal, plus, you know, it's like you're basically permanently facing 85% ignore defense. So defense is worthless as a stat now. So therefore, of your base stats, which is attack, health, and defense, you've pretty much removed 1/3 of the core principal stats that build every character, build every champion. Unless you need defense for damage, you just don't care about defense. It's worthless. In Arena, defense is pretty much worthless because every character you're facing in that meta is probably going to be ignoring 95% of that defense. Right? It's only valuable if you have someone like Harima because you can modify that ignore defense down. It's what makes Harima such a dominant Arena non-void champion. Because she's the only character in the game that can actually deal with this other mechanic. There's actually a fourth mechanic that I really didn't think about as well that's coming into play with Raid is multiplying multipliers. They've got so many different bonuses now that you can gain. It's becoming very difficult for them to manage a balanced game because I can just inflate a basic damage attack into an extremely high damage attack by going multiply it with this multiplier, add this multiplier, add the next, add the next, add the next. By the time I've finished multiplying the skill up, it's turned like a 50,000 attack all the way up to like 1 million because there's just too many multipliers in the game. You'll see a lot of MMOs go through like a stat squish phase at one point. When you see like World of Warcraft or Lord of the Rings Online or a couple of the other games get to a point where they can't manage the stat bloat anymore, it makes a game design problem because you can't make any interesting decisions. So what they'll do is they'll squish the stats right down. They'll go in and they'll redistribute all the stats to make it harder so that it gives them options. Because as a game designer, you want to sell problems. We're probably not doing a gear cleanse. I don't think I have the energy today. Right? Game design is all about creating a problem that you want to try and solve as a player. That's the fun, right? Chimera comes out, we've got to do trials. The fun part of trials is trying to find a team that's going to be able to give you the most amount of trials. The unfun part of trials is enemy max HP is so imbalanced in that game mode that it feels like if you don't go and do less trials, you lose too much. And it's because they added Clash. The moment you add Clash, you basically make damage the most important stat. And once damage is the most important stat, trials are not that important, then it destroys the game design. I wish they didn't do Clash. I know it's good for engagement, but I wish they didn't do it because I think players would have a lot more fun if they felt like they could try and get top chest with as many trials as they want. Whereas at the moment, I feel like there's this obligation that if you don't bring an enemy max HP, you don't win because you just can't compete. And it makes the trials frustrating then because you're like, I want to do the trials. I like the challenge of the trials, but the trials punish my team so much that I just won't do them. You know? You just won't do them. Yeah, exactly, Thomas, because you're doing true damage. And exactly what Seastein. Like, the reason why sometimes I harp on so much about Trunder is it's not right now. It's in another 6 months when they add even more multipliers. Trunder will basically get double the value permanently. So what I mean by that is they've added relics, okay? Now, Trunder can basically place debuffs. So when she has Erethi's Comet, she's not getting 30%, she's getting 60%. Because every time she A2s, 30% goes to the first hit and 30% goes to the second hit. When I then add the bosses one, if I have the circular boss that gives me 10% bonus damage against bosses, that's not 10% for Trunder, it's 20% because the first hit on the A2 does it and the second hit. And what we'll eventually do is in 6 months' time, you will find that all of the things that Trunder was pushed back on in a recent update is going to be back where it was before because they've added more multipliers. So you just have to be like really, when you're building and when you're looking at different economies and you know, not necessarily financial economies, but like the game balance and game health, you're looking at these three mechanics and going, how much do I want to give this early or in the game without necessarily making it impossible? Because the moment Raid Shadow Legends lost track of the game balance was when they released Acrizia. Acrizia was the break point because they gave a champion unlimited amounts of ignore defense, which means every champion you release after the fact now has to have that. Otherwise, it's always going to pale in comparison to Acrizia. And that was the beginning of the power creep, and it hasn't really recovered since. And to some extent, I think they've now subscribed to chaos principles, where they're just putting so much power into champions that everything is OP, which is actually probably better. That's what they learned from the Taras Marichka meta, which was you've got to be careful if you're going to have power in one silo. Taras Marichka dominated the arena for so long because nobody could really deal with them. They were so powerful, there was no other options. So they basically solved it by adding crazy champions like Teox and Narcissus and Korra. And they've kept that trend, which is, okay, if we've got 20 really overpowered champions in arena, that's better than having 2. And it's true, that is true. Newt was not right after her, no. It was a couple months later. Yeah, Toshiro, again, like, Toshiro was the example of the third one I was talking about, right? Ninja was so good for such a period of time, not because he could activate HP burn, but because he could scale his stats better than anyone else. And Toshiro's the same thing. You have so many stat multipliers with additional multipliers that it just makes his damage incredibly powerful. Nobody can compete with it, so. What can Playroom do about it now? So, it's difficult in an older game because you always have legacy debt, right? And especially in a hero collector game, it's very difficult to do. If you're playing an MMO, their solutions are pretty easy. Once the game gets to a position in a typical MMO, they will just do a major stat squish, right? They'll rebalance the numbers down. Once the numbers get to an unmanageable state, they will just go in and they will just do a massive purge with an update, because you're not buying the content in the game. You're buying access to the game. So you're not paying for champions or paying for gear. So therefore, you're not upset as a player because you're like, well, I need to farm the next tier anyway. We're all brought down to a new level. The problem in raids is the money transaction is for the champion. So they can't do a stat squish in a hero collector, because everyone will be upset that their most powerful champion now got squished down, and it will cause a huge uproar. It would probably kill the game. So they can't do that. So they have to be more creative. I actually think that Trials was a very creative solution to this problem, because what they did was they basically said, yes, you can still bring enemy max HP, but the Trials are where the rewards sit for some of those eyeballs. So you're going to sacrifice. So you've got to make a choice as a player. That's not a bad choice. The problem is enemy max HP is so easy, and any other damage dealer doesn't even come close, that the choice is made for you. If they just basically balanced enemy max HP down so it was a bit more even to direct damage dealers and created more of a meta, it would be better, because it would feel like you could do it. And if they just basically took out some of the obscene, like the absolute obscene trials, like, you know, requiring someone to have decreased resistance and increased resistance is almost impossible. You know, poison sensitivity is available on 2 or 3 champions. Like, they picked the most narrow options, and that's the other issue. It's like, if you're going to do that, you need to give player options. Right? What Raid do a very good job of is selling you problems. What they do a very bad job of sometimes is selling you solutions. As much as people will say that Plarium, like, sell lots of champions, and they say, oh, you know, this champion solves that, they're very poor at actually giving you a solution. And you can tell this, because if I asked everyone in chat right now, how many people have champions that can deal with the Torment Head in a reliable way? 3 years or 4 years after Hydra came out, I guarantee you the majority of people in chat will say Duchess, Shamael, Glycad, or Firil. They've basically sold you like 2, maybe, well, 5 as well, 3 champions to deal with that Torment Head in 3 or 4 years. Because there is no other option. Every other option has problems. And that's an example of what I'm saying. They've made a problem, which is an unresistible Torment Head that you need a perfect Veil, and they never gave you that many solutions. To Hanorak's another one, yeah. Mikage is not really a solution. What I mean by a solution is someone who basically makes the problem go away. She doesn't. She alleviates the concern. Same as to Hanorak. She kind of alleviates it, but you still don't resolve the problem. The only ones that resolve the problem is Firil, Glycad, Shamael, and Duchess, because it makes it so you don't get the fear. Every other character is trying to remove the fear after the fact. That's what I'm trying to say about the solution. The solution is, how do I stop it? I need Perfect Veil in my team, or someone who can remove fears. Those are the only 4 that really can do it in any sort of degree of success. Yes, you got Tatura and a couple of others, but really those are the only champions. Yeah, he's a new solution. But this is what I'm trying to say, right? It's taken them this long to basically give you viable solutions. For a very long time, there was still only 3 block buffs. Like, how many people still use Ugo? Because, you know, until you get someone like Lamasu, you don't have block buffs. Block buffs is very rare. So that's why I say they're very good at selling you problems, because the challenges they make are very good. Cintranos was good originally, but it's got a bit stale now. Chimera is a great challenge. I really enjoy it. The problem is there's just not many options. There's not many solutions available to me. Yeah, I'm saying it's bad game design because they don't actually give you the solution. That's what I'm trying to say. Yes, they do sell you the option, but it's not actually a solution. It takes you so long to get there. It's not even like you can whale. Because, you know, there's not that many champions you can get. It's got Jingwong, nice. Jingwong's quite good. Yeah, Jingwong's quite solid. He's ever since they buffed him anyway, he's really good. Yes. Yes, it's a problem. Having 85 to 90%, like, there's over 1,000, pretty much 1,000 champions in the game, and like there's 3 poison sensitivity. Like, that's terrible game design. Now, you don't necessarily want 100 poison sensitivity, but it is really bad game design. It's kind of rubbish, but it might be better if I do that. Oh, hello. Quad roll? Might be worth re-rolling. It's always a risk when you do mid rolls. Are any of these any good? Bad. 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 It's kind of bad. Might be alright. It's alright, not bad. Somehow I didn't upgrade a weapon when I did that. It's all accessories now, see? All I've got in my accessories. And also a tremendous amounts of frigging arena tokens that I just don't want them. And I can never just delete. I wish there was an option to just delete from mailbox. Or to not have them to begin with. I don't want them. Now I've got more, look. I'm just done. It's the easy solution. Yeah, I'm also capped on that. Yeah, there's just no value to me. The only value is if I have to push a classic arena tournament for some Cascades materials, but, you know, otherwise these are just not valuable enough to me. Just take up space. Yeah, if I look at my roster right now, like, there's so many champions. Look, right now there's 289, 224, 256, 157. So right now in this game, they have 289 plus 254 plus 256 plus 157. Right, 956 champions, give or take. Call it 950. Let's see. How many champions in the game? Right. I have a lot. I have a lot of champions. Don't have all of them. Right? I don't have all of them. Like, it's only counting the ones I currently own. Right? It's not counting all of them because, like, I've pretty much got all of these. It's just not counting any rares that I currently don't have in my inventory. Out of all of those champions, that's all you got. Here's another one. This buff has been out for a while. This buff has been out for a very long time. Four increased resistance. 3, sorry. I've got 3. I have 3 champions in my entire account that can do increased resistance. There's probably a baby one here, but who really cares about that? Even to some extent like this. You know, a lot of these are self buffs. So if I want to put increased critical damage on people, I don't have the option. You know, what about things like block buffs? Block buffs is getting a lot better. It's getting a lot better now. It was really bad for a long period of time. But if you think about it, look what they've added recently, okay? We basically got Packmaster, Lady Noelle, Loki. What else did we get recently? There's another one here recently. Bells. They're all within the last 6 months. Packmaster, Noelle, Bells are all within the last 6 months. Hydra's been out for like years. You know? Let's look at like something like block active skills. There's very few champions that can do it. What about decreased resistance? There's more decreased resistance, but you know, there's very few viable options. So that's my main concern is, at the moment, they basically create content modes for you, and then they never really give you the chance. Like, it takes so long for you to get an opportunity to win, like to improve. Well, Rector Draft's conditional. She's actually a great champion because she's an A1 decrease attack with a revive. But you can't even open the... That's what I'm trying to say. My account is very, very sparse. There's not that many champions apart from mythicals that have some of these. And even then, like, there's only a couple of handful of mythicals that have some of these effects. So, yes, you could argue you could open it for mythicals, and that's why mythicals are coming out at the pace that they are. But you see what I've been saying? Like, the solution isn't really the mythical. So that's why I say they can't make a good content. It's not because they can't make content, it's they are making content that they have to be so narrow. So what I mean by that is, when if I was a game designer player right now, looking at how can I make a compelling boss fight that is going to be interesting, that someone is going to be able to defeat, I have one big thing that I can pull. The boss is immune to enemy max HP damage. That makes it immediately more interesting, because if I don't put some control over enemy max HP, it's instantly going to get one shot by 4 newts. Right? Instantly. So that's the first problem. Then you go, okay, well, what about HP burn? Because we've got like plenty of HP burn activators. Can we stop ninja? Okay, that's another one. So now we have to have a plan for HP burn. Then I need a poison plan, because otherwise poisons will do it if I put any max HP in there. Okay, now I got to have a turn meter control, because the boss can just be ultimately turn meter controlled to death and never take a turn. Do you see why it's so difficult to make interesting content? Because there's too many things that players can do in the game that can just instantly make the content irrelevant in seconds. So you end up then with Amius, right? You end up with bosses that basically have tremendous amounts of text because they have to go, well, it's immune to this and then it's immune to that, and then we have this cap and this doesn't happen and this doesn't happen. It won't happen when you do this, but if this happens, and that becomes difficult from a player's perspective, because now for them to actually get engaged with Amius, it requires like a huge amount of mental load. The amount of people that come in stream and go, oh, Amius, Amius is a bad boss. I don't know how to do it. I can't figure it out. It's too complicated. I don't know what's happening and all this kind of stuff. Amius is really straightforward. If you remove all of the text, you go HP burn, brimstone, survive. But because there is so much text, it's impossible for a player to really know how to win because the boss is too complicated. It's not that the mechanics are complicated, it's too complicated to read. Like there's 2 forms, each skill is like a paragraph, like 4 paragraphs. You basically need to read a novel to understand how to do it, and players just don't have that capacity. You need to think of compelling mechanics that a player can instantly understand what they need to do and make it hard around that. But they can't do that because there's too many ways that the player can just go in and abuse it and break the game. So, I mean, you can still make raw damage work, Thomas, right? You can, but if you remove ignore defense, like if I was to do anything in Raid Shadow Legends, like as an emergency bug fix, I would go in, I would instantly nuke excess damage, I'd instantly nuke the amount of ignore defense in the game, and I would instantly nuke the amount of enemy max HP in the game. And I would reintroduce the balance of all the other champions in the game so that players can actually go, oh, hey, the damage of, you know, someone like Saito actually is pretty good right now because he hits 3 times, or Phenax is going to hit really good. It would be bad to do it. It would kill the game, but that's the only way you can get the game back to making interesting content because it's just too hard. The game is too hard to make anything that isn't just going to be one shot. And it's not that I'm saying you can never have enemy max HP. It's just how the player gets it. Okay? The way you deliver enemy max HP is more important than what it does. So what I mean by that is, like, poisons are a good example of safe to use enemy max HP because it has a very strict control. You can only have like 10 of them at a sacrifice. Most people will put like 6 poisons up. It is capped in certain ways. It will do a limited amount. It's accessible. You still need accuracy, but you can't really abuse it. It's a good form of enemy max HP because you can't abuse the debuff. It gives you, and it's also very good like progression. Early game, it gives you good damage. Late game, you might go, do you know what? I don't need it anymore because I can hit harder. That doesn't mean it's a bad effect. It means it's just in the right situation, it's good. In the right situation, it's not. That's good. Whereas right now, I'm looking at it going, why do I need poisons when enemy max HP will outdo that? But that's the game design concept though, ULX. Tell me how many people in Arena were killing people with poisons, ULX. And that's not to say that they're killing people with enemy max HP, but they are with Marius right now. So, well, there's also some fundamental issues, Ryan. For example, Amius shouldn't reduce his passive if no skills are reduced. So there's a little bit of like, there's a little bit of nuance there as well. So it's absolutely fine to have someone come in with like a skill reduction effect. But if I actually trigger something like reflex and I haven't even reduced skill, I shouldn't lose a turn. Currently you do. Like if I was to use if I use Fine as A2 right now in Amius and everyone's skills are on cooldown, it still counts as a skill reduction, which is stupid to me. I don't know why it does it. Yeah, but that's fine though. That's the thing, John. Poison explosion is fine. Right? Poison activation is fine. But what I'm saying is you can't instantly like one-shot it. Pretty much any boss they bring in this event dungeon, I'll be able to one-shot with this team every single time. There's absolutely nothing they can do unless they systematically change the mechanics. Why? 5 enemies, HP burn, double max HP. It's a numbers game. Max HP 1, 30%. Max HP 2, 60%. I need to find 40% damage. Okay, well, I activate the burn. That's going to be another like 10, 15%. Reset. Great. Done. It's a pure numbers game. It's too easy. So, Have you figured out mechanics like max HP or ignore defense? I can't really tell you that, no. So it's at secrets in the vault. If you go past, she ignores it multiplicatively. So if you have 120%, you will instead do 60%. If you have 100, so if you get 200%, you will get true damage. It's impossible to do, but yes. She basically multiplicatively reduces the value. So yes, going over will eventually get you to 100%. You think on, well, on Fine I don't think so. I should really go for those purple masks, but I'm not going to. I don't know if they added Lamasu. Yeah, they did. Protraxa. So you need Protraxas. So. Problem with the game is there's too much. The problem is the game is too much PvP. Betting is about betting the machine. No, I don't think so. I don't think the game is a betting machine. I can tell you right now, I've spoken to some people that play him. Like, they have a very deep understanding of what they want to do. Yes, it's built off the back end of a gacha system, but it doesn't mean it's not a... That, like, you got to look at some game systems they added, right? Chimera is not a betting system. What else was it that they added? Syntronas, sort of, but even then... What was the game mode that I'm thinking of that they added that wasn't really... Don't know, I can't remember off the top of my head. But basically, they often will introduce lots of things into this game that is not about betting or gambling. You just don't realize it, okay? A lot of the little systems they add in are not meant to be. Like Prism systems. People will sit there and say Prism systems are very pay to win. I look at them as like a free sacred for a free-to-play player. Because most free-to-play players who are late to endgame can do a Sand Devil tournament. And normally, it's the equivalency strength of a Sacred Shard. Okay, you don't get to keep them, but some people figure it out. But that is a free Sacred Shard they're giving you by just going and doing some Sand Devil. That's how I look at Prism systems. Okay, there's an angle you could say, well, players can whale and get some better odds. Sure. But they've given you a free Sacred Shard every week, every other week. Great. Doesn't help you the events necessarily, but great, it gets you to this hero, those champions. It's the best system in the game for getting the champion you want. There you go. Where was I at? We might as well get that. I could snipe this tournament, you know. You think if I turn off the A2? I don't think so. Because I don't think I clear the waves quick enough. It takes too long. I one-shot the waves here. If I don't do that, I don't kill them. Because you got to remember, the enemies have really high. See what I mean? I take more turns if I don't one-shot the wave. So, do you think the interest in relic materials at level? No, I don't actually know what they're for. Unless they're going to dump another huge amount of clan experience acquisition somewhere, I don't know what they're for. Like, right now, my clan is level 20. In order for us to get to level 30, we need something like 3 million clan experience. At best, you earn about 80,000 per week. Right? It's just not functionally... Unless they're going to inject another 100% clan experience, it's pointless. Utterly pointless. You'll never get them. It's utterly pointless. Can't even sell them. Oh, Joe, I forgot one multiplier here. When I was doing the math for that and I said it was like 31%, I forgot another multiplier. right? You need to basically wait the time. Then you need to be able to hopefully roll 1 in 4, like 25% to get the fragments. And you need to do that twice. Then you put it into the Relic Forge, and then there's a 40% chance it's legendary or mythical. Then there's a 50% chance it's actually one of the clan relics. Forgot about that one. Then, if you manage to get the legend, it's another 50% chance that it gets the one you want. So the chances of you getting that relic that gives you the extra turn on revive is like, I have a better chance at telling Elon Musk to not buy TikTok and sell Twitter and believe the world is not against him than I do getting a relic from the clan shop. There's actually a better chance of me convincing Donald Trump that actually being a Democrat is better than a Republican. That's what the world we live in. It's impossible. It's incredibly impossible you're ever going to see those relics on any character in the game. It's so stupid. Cat's Gaze is the best relic in the game, by the way. It is. It's by far the best relic in the game. Now, I will say, Scott, one of the things I don't like about Raid's progression loop, and I think Hell Hades has said this before, right? A lot of their content pieces don't help you get to the next level. Or they give you rewards for something you're not doing. So, for example, if you want to improve in PvE, you need to fill your Great Hall out. So that should be like, the more PvE I play, the more my Great Hall improves, which encourages me to keep playing the PvE so I can improve my Great Hall, right? It's a loop. What they actually do is they send you off to do PvP to basically get rewards that help you in PvE. But there's no rewards, there's barely any rewards in PvE that goes you to PvP to some extent. It's almost like they're trying to, like, nothing stays within their own circle. So you get this like angst amongst the player base because some players like to do just PvE. Some people are ultra competitive PvP players. Every game should support both. But what Raid kind of do is they force you to be both. You have to be both ultra aggressive PvPers and ultra aggressive PvEers. I can't just play the game that I like, which is team building, without having to go and interact with some form of like ultra competitive whale fest, which is live arena. So when the Great Hall was finished, what did they do? They repeated the same concept. They went to live arena. The rewards you get in live arena do not help you win in live arena. There is nothing that you get out of live arena that makes your experience in live arena better. You don't get competitive arena gear because Zeal is only really good for like PvE. You don't get anything that helps your champions like grow or strength. Like you don't get any sort of meta progression rewards in live arena that makes it, because the live area bonuses are only for PvE. So effectively you're playing live arena because you need to power up your area bonuses. And the moment you got Fire Knight complete and Hydra complete, the options, the amount of players that were engaging with that game mode went down the toilet. Which is why they had to then add in more area bonuses. Why? Because people weren't into it. Why did they add the rewards into live arena? It's not because they want to give you more rewards. It's because they realized that there's no incentive. There's no loop. Right? There's no reason to keep playing live arena because there's nothing in live arena that helps me win in live arena. It's one of those weird things. Some people will have fun. Even if you enjoy live arena, if there's no reason to do it, you won't do it. Right? Some people here might really like doing Hydra, and if there was no rewards from Hydra, you wouldn't do it. It's just the way that our brains are programmed as human beings. You know, we like the experience the first time, but you've got to have some reason to keep playing the game mode beyond just that it was fun. And that's the issue right now with live arena is there's two things in live arena as well. They're doing it now with season, and I hope they do it well with seasons. They never made that game mode diverse. I've been playing. I got a couple of videos coming out soon on Starborn Frontiers. I think actually one's coming out tonight, maybe. I just got to double check the schedule. And what Starborn Frontiers did in their arena mode was a brilliant idea. It's not a very complicated game. It's not like the world's best game, Starborn. It's not like it's not like it's crazy complicated or crazy expensive. But what they did in Arena is they made a season, and that season they basically put 3 power-ups. They basically made it that healing damaged you, and they made it that burn did twice the amount of damage. And immediately I was like, oh my god, I put my normal team and I lost. I was like, why am I losing so much? It's because I put a very heavy heal team. I had to forcibly change my team up. That is how you do live arena properly. You don't need to do it every month, but the problem is they just put live arena in. There's no way for you to decay points, and they expected people who didn't want to spend thousands and thousands of dollars on primal shards to play in gold 4. Well, they're not going to do that. So you need to make it more interesting, and you can't just do restriction tournaments because that's even worse. Right? That's even, like, that's terrible. You shouldn't just do, like, oh, you to now win this tournament, you have to use, like, high elf champions only. Because that just frustrates people who don't have high elves. The real answer that Live Arena should have come with was actually having some sort of, like, challenge mode weeks or challenge mode things where everyone had to use different meta champions. Like, make it so that you can't use Armands. Make it so you can't use, like, you could do something like every 1% of turn meter that you fill damages you for 1% of your health. You could go crazy like that. The game is crazy enough that that would be fun. So then you're immediately like, oh, the speed meta is going to be a bit difficult. Then you could do something like, oh, if every stone skin you have, there's a 50% chance that you will get stunned as you come out of stone skin. Immediately now players are going, oh, I can't use stone skin here. I'm going to have to change it up a bit. You know, these are just some ideas. I'm not saying any of them are good ideas. But to my point, it's like, instead of like trying to let just like the stagnation of the game mode and then deal with it when it's all pretty much dead, get ahead of the curve. That's what I would do. I mean, they didn't really. And I'll tell you why they didn't really put it behind Live Arena, Psycho. All you got to do is play 5 a day. It's very, very difficult for you to not climb in Live Arena. They even made it easier. Like, you will not stay in bronze that long, even if you're losing 5 out of 10 fights. Because, like, even in gold, I have to lose 60% of my fights to even decay in gold 3. It's really, really easy to get to gold 1. It just takes time and patience. And that's where people struggle most of the time, is patience. You don't have to win 5 a day. You can win 4 a day. In silver, you gain 5 points, you lose 3 points. So as long as you just keep winning 4 a day, you will always climb. Might take you a while, but you'll always climb. Pretty much all the way. Wow, I mean, this is the thing, John, right? The proposal I had also came with like an army of other things to make the game mode fun. More champion diversity. Make it so that when those heads come out, they can't get instantly poison clouded so that you can't do anything. Make it so that the consumption counter on the suffering head didn't get you consumed within 2 turns instead of 3. They didn't really change any of the positive things. They just picked the one thing I said and implemented it. So I can't really help that. You know, it's like if you look at a person's like, it's like going into an art studio and looking at all the wonderful artists they got, and then you found the one that they first did the first time they ever drew a painting, and you basically judged them on that. It's like, well, it's always going to be a bad experience, right? I'm pretty sure like the first painting that, I don't know, Michelangelo ever did wasn't the best painting in the world. Yeah, exactly. BM says it correct. But here's the thing, there's another thing that PlayerM do that I think is really bad as well, is they create content that has finality and they don't ever go back and revisit it. They've finished Doom Tower now, and instead of trying to think about ways to make Doom Tower still interesting for players, they just kind of call it done content and leave it alone. It's still part of your daily grind, they still force you to play it, but it's not interesting anymore. I'm not excited about it anymore because I finished it ages ago. And like, I'm excited when Dark Fade comes around, but there's no options for me to do anything with the materials that I'm collecting from all the other rotations I don't want as an endgame player. There's no like challenges in the secret rooms anymore. I don't even bother doing them because there's no rewards, there's no champions there. They've basically just kind of mothballed it, and they've done the same with Cintranos. They did the full 5 rotation in Cintranos and then went, oh, we don't really want to make more content here. So we'll just randomize it. Now it's infinite. It's always different. Off you go. I thought when Cintranos came out, they were going to change it up a lot. They were going to do a hard mode. They were going to do all these different things. Wow, this is the first time I've seen this team nearly fail. It didn't fail still then. That was close. You know, they're not doing any updates to these game modes. And that's the main issue that I think they do a lot of the times, is they kind of just like make something. And I'm worried it's going to happen with Siege. I play King Arthur, and I play a lot of other these games. Their competitive modes come with live arena, dueling, not so much live arena, sorry, replays, dueling, good communication systems. Yeah, I can't even see the result of one of my clan members' fights in Siege mode. Siege mode needs another 6 months of hardcore development to be even just equal to competitors on the market. Cintranos is worse than that because there's no new bosses, John. That's the thing. Putting 2 bosses together only makes it harder. Okay, it's an interesting encounter, but I still functionally know how Sorath works. Cintranos is basically 1 new boss. That was it. 1 new boss. So, yeah, intra-clan sparring. How long have we asked for that? Should be the #1 thing they're working on. And this isn't critical to the point where it's like, oh, they don't know what they're doing. I think they know what they're doing. I just think they make these radical choices to do it in a certain way. And I don't think it helps their game all the time. I think they get away with a lot of things because they were first to market. It's the best way to explain it, right? Because they were the first big game in this genre and they hit COVID at the right time, they get away with murder because you're already invested. I keep playing the game because I've invested so much of my time and energy and I got a great community and I really enjoy the content. I still enjoy the game, but it's much harder for me to quit this game than it is for me to pick up another game, play it for 2 months and go, I forgot to play it for a few days, now I don't play it again, kind of thing. So they get away with a lot because they know that players are already invested. But if they tried, if another game tried to do some of the stuff the player would do, they would fail quite badly. But that doesn't mean they don't know what they're doing, though. And I know it sounds like I'm critical. I'm just like, I look at some things they do and I think it's so easy to solve these problems. But they're very, very good at, like, the game is doing better than it's ever done. So as much as I can sit and say, you know, oh, well, they should do it this way, they should do it that way. What do I need to do well? As much as I can say that, they're doing really, really well. The game is better than it's ever been. In terms of, like, player base, community, in terms of, like, all the different systems. The events they do are really well. Like, the Alice event has been really successful. The Monster Hunter event was really successful. They got He-Man. And they are improving the game. And it'll be interesting to see how the new structure works with the new ownership level. Right, when the new company comes over and takes over, I'm interested to see where the direction they go. And they do have some crazy ideas. They have some really good ideas. Just sometimes I sit there and I think they don't help themselves because you release a PvP mode like Siege and you really want that Siege first impact to be enjoyment, because PvP is one of the hardest things to sell it's one of the hardest things to sell a community. By the way, I just stole, just as an example there, I literally just stole Orb of I stole Stone Skin from damn, after that. I stole Stone Skin from Ancora. Probably gonna lose. I didn't get rid of the Stone Skin. Oh, it lived. It's always about whether or not you get rid of the Stone Skin. No, Noelle's one of the best champions in the game. People just don't rate what Noelle does, but she's one of the best champions in the game, in my opinion. Yeah, exactly. Like, if I'm building Siege, I'm like, okay, well, I want to give the goal of Siege. What is the purpose of Siege? For clan members to work together to beat an enemy Siege. They literally have nothing of that criteria. If you think about a minimal viable guild versus guild product, it should be something that allows the clan members to work together to win an objective and win rewards. There is nothing in Raid Shadow Legends that allows a clan to work together in Siege. As a leader, all I have available to me is defend this post, everyone. That's not, like, that is not good enough. And, like, I want to be able to say, I should be able to designate my siege captains as a role. So that when I want the excess scrolls, I want it to go to the people that have the most time and commitment and most energy to do it. I don't want to force my deputy that might be helping me lead the clan to become now the most important person in our siege mode because he's got 4 attack scrolls because that's the way they've divvied it out. That's silly. Why don't I do it? Because most of the time I don't face stone skin that's problematic. I just accept that sometimes if I don't strip the stone skin I lose, so. We took my Lamasu out. Interesting. Coronet. Well, no, Cat's Gaze. Cat's Gaze pretty much any time. The only one that I think maybe beats it is if Trunder would go for Coronet. This combo, by the way, of Marius and Carnage in Arena is toxic. It's not going to matter here because you're going to cleanse, but it's quite toxic. I shouldn't have done that, by the way, because I've just given him a shield, which was stupid. I might be able to stop that. Nice. Will I get one shot? Probably, because he's going to hit the Carnage of the Marius and one-shot me. GG. This is why you shouldn't have excess multipliers, by the way. His secondary hit did more than his first hit. Shouldn't happen. Siegfried is a fundamentally broken champion. Yeah, I probably should have stunned. If you're not hitting true damage, Cat's Gaze. Like, going over the true damage barrier is really, really important. So. Well, it depends on gemstones, but I doubt it. And it depends on the champion. Oh, look at that. I can get Armand's. That's exciting. Hey, we're going to play a Kraken. Marius is for sure getting banned here, by the way. Anyone who picks this many mythicals, Marius is getting banned. Ancora. Nice pivot. Man. He let me have my Mikage and my Marius. Is he on something? No, so the question is his Crixia 19% faster than my Mikage? No. Sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but please don't weak hit. Please don't weak hit. Please don't weak hit. Let this be a moment when I say this is why Maris is the best champion in the game. No. He made a critical mistake. He didn't have a secondary aura. So it meant that I was always going to be 19% faster with a 6-star mythical. So my 6-star mythical is at 400 speed. I've got 19% advantage on that. So I'm always going to be basically a 6-star above. If I get a turn, I'm going to win. Well, it was not the stun, it was the weak hit that I didn't want because I wanted to drop turn meter. I'm sure my gear was a lot better, but what I was saying was you actually drafted incorrectly there because you need to make sure you always have an arena aura. Otherwise, you're going to lose the speed race. Maris is 326 speed for me now. My Maris is strong. Like, Maris is really, really strong. If I had more 2 Messiahs, I'd absolutely not even think in a heartbeat +4 him. Even +2 him, I would probably... Like, I don't know, +2 is a bit of a stretch, but... I think I just don't want to get that. This one's a bit trickier. And the only reason why I say this one's a bit trickier is because I have to be careful of the Marichka passive. Narcissus will counter nice, so that's fine. Wow, he's got Magma Shield. Holy moly, he's got Magma Shield. I've never seen a Magma Shield before. I got no chance. I had no chance here. Took none of the stone skins away either. I had no chance. It was always going to be difficult, and when he went 4 stone skin, I needed sulfur, and I was never going to win. So... yeah, that's what I mean. He's got Magma Shield. He's got the Relic Blessing. Yeah. It was just too many stone skins, so you need like a Volcanos or a Sulfurian or something to break that, or like a bomb team. But the problem I have with bomb teams is you're effectively showing your hand super early. By bringing a bomb team, you know? Oh, Carnage is taken. It's annoying. Nobody has 100% removal, only sheep. Only polymorph. Gotta be careful here. I'm confident I can outpace the Armands. Yeah, bomb teams are good when you know you can win, but they're very difficult in live arena because you are showing you're going to go bomb. And the moment you pick double cleanse, if you're not going to go first and you don't have someone like Commodus that can instantly activate those bombs, you're not going to win. Hey, hey. Nice. So, we are going to be clever here. What we're going to do is we're going to just get some speed going. And I'm going to go and steal his stone skin. I still lose, but I should be able to sleep him now. Ancora's passive is going to help here. Can I get past him? I might be able to still get past him. Yes. Let's just take those out. Massive AoE. Boom. See, Lamassu there is really critical because that 50% turn meter fill on a single target meant that I got back to a turn. Now, it's still going to be a bit rough because Ancora Narcissus, right? I wasn't able to kill the Ancora. But it depends if I can freeze. Like, if I can cut in and he does not polymorph my Noelle, I'm alright. If he polymorphs my Noelle, I'm in trouble. Right, okay, cool, I can freeze. I can't because Ancora passive. Ancora passive is nonsense, honestly. It's so strong. But I have been able to destroy a lot of his max HP, so he won't hit that hard now. Because his max HP has been really decimated, so he's not going to hit as hard. He won't take out Frolny. Because his max HP is gone. So I should be fine as long as I can get rid of the Ancora. Just A1. Put fear out. Look at that 2 meter reduction there. Lamassu is just absolutely... Boom. He's getting pushed out a lot, Elixium, because Polymorph is getting pushed out quite a bit. It's very difficult now for Polymorph to get working with Intercept and Instinct and all these other things being used. Like, you've got, you know, Feral can be a bit of an immunity. You've got Intercept buffs. You've got Instinct, the Event Dungeon set. You've got Lamassu granting immunity. You've got Cleanses. You've got Stone Skins. And, like, it's very hard now for him to win. That's why I never first pick him. Marius, to me, is way more valuable than Amans. Like, it used to be that Amans was the best arena champion. Marius is the best arena champion right now. Because he counters so many things. The new Cholo guy is very good as well, actually. I think the new Cholo guy is really good for live arena because block passive skills is really valuable. There's a lot of polymorph here. Who do I think is going to be the biggest problem? Him. We took my Carnage away. That's interesting. I probably could have survived. He took my Carnage away. I should have probably banned the Marichka. But normally, as long as they die, Marius is just too dominant, you know? Let's force a revive out of you. Ow. Oh, well, didn't get polymorphed. You're dead. Right, so we're going to blow the revive out here. But here's the Lamassu kicking in, right? Lamassu's power. I'm going to be able to get back in. And basically do another A3, right? So I can do this again. Now she's going to do an increased defense, or probably, or burst. Lamassu drops turn meter. She's dropping turn meter. Now I can get rid of the stuff. And this is the thing, like, this team is very heavy turn meter. You just don't notice it. There's no actual hardcore decreased turn meter apart from Mikage's A2. But because Lamassu, every single time you debuff, it's just dropping turn meter, reducing accuracy, reducing resistance levels, she becomes very difficult to deal with. And she's just very silent in terms of what she's doing. She's silently nuking your team. It's really, really good. Yes. Noelle is the best reviver in the game because she's the only full AoE 3-turn cooldown. Stormcaller is a better relic than Cat's Gaze because you can get more gemstones. right? Because you can get more gemstones, which means I can get 2 circular, 2 triangular, which will circumnavigate the need for the ignore defense and the right champion. But it depends. It'll depend on the situation. But technically, Stormcaller on Maris is god tier. Because I can basically, with one fell swoop, AoE stun everyone that can't be resisted. I can apply 2 triangular, which can give me double 30% ignore defenses, so I can replace the Cat's Gaze. And I can get either like 2 red ones that give me more damage if I kill people, or I can go for Dungeon Diver or Boss Killer. Stormcaller is the best DPS relic in the game. But because it's so hard to get, I really need to tag Noelle as Arena. I keep forgetting to do it. I rate Cat's Gaze as the best DPS relic because it's easier to get. But technically, Stormcaller is the best DPS relic in the game. My team is completely free to play. Literally, forget the Noelle. Every single champion in my Life Arena team is free to play. You can earn it over time. Now, I'm going to win this even with the Torment, aren't I? I'm going to take the Odin out because he's just a problem. I mean, my gear is experienced, though. It's 5 years of gear. Well, not really, actually, because the majority of my gear now is Merciless, Supersonic, and Feral. Because that's the thing, variable sets have replaced all gear sets, so actually, you could argue that all the gear that I used to use like 3 years ago, I don't need anymore. Well, it's not really a Torment roll because you can't freeze someone under Stone Skin. He has to basically always use A3. My team forces our man's A3. It's just annoying when it does land through here. But it's okay because I can just put everyone under fears. Fear. Switch. Stun. That's the other thing about Noelle people forget. She'd get rid of sheep. He's going to be annoying, but... Ooh, nearly. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Here we go. We're going to equalize HP. Bye-bye. Oh, this team is so good. Let's just put you back to sleep. Thank you. All right, well, that was annoying. Now we basically use this on him. I was unfortunate not to spread at least one. I'm super unfortunate not to have at least spread one. By there. That was really bad luck. That I didn't spread block passive or block actives. I might actually lose because of that. Although he hasn't got a lot of effect, so... Yeah, it's fine. I was super unlucky not to have spread some debuffs there. Now I will. Now what can you do? What can you do now? Oh, I feel sorry. It's disgusting. Yeah, Noelle was a fusion, but obviously not a free champ. I do think not knowing what enemy relics are active are a problem. I do agree. I do agree. Not knowing what the relics are is a problem. So... Because how do I know what I'm fighting? How do I know if I'm fighting the Cat's Gaze? I can't... Again, going back an hour ago to when I was talking about game design. You're presenting the player with challenges, which is the enemy's got, I don't know, Stormcall. How do I know he's going to stun me? And then when it happens in battle, how do I know that I got stunned because of Stormcall? I don't. So as a player now, I actually don't know what's going on in battle. It was bad enough polymorph. At least I knew the reason why I got sheeped because they have polymorph. How do I know I lost my buff because someone has a relic? I don't. Like, I've had situations where my Lamasu got stone skin. I'm sitting there like, how the hell did I get stone skin? It's like, oh, I forgot I got a relic. Of course I have. I need to get rid of you. No worries, Kim. I'm trying to get back into more regular content now. It might be a bit hit and miss for the next week, but it's getting better. It only affects champion experience, Medic. The account experience is consistently even all the time. Ugh. This is the worst kind of setup. Basically, half the time I just try to RNG it and see if I can just, like, steal, right? There you go, look. I just removed it. Very rare that happens. Ah, man, I got locked out. Decrease stack's good, though. If I do... I'm deliberately attacking because both of them got orb. Okay, I can do this. Kind of... It's hit and miss. It's difficult. I'm going to lose, though, because he's super squishy in this form. Carnage is going to get absolutely wrecked right now. I think he's going to get absolutely wrecked. Yeah. Yeah. It's the only team that I struggle into most of the time, which is heavy Stone Skin teams, if I don't have Sulfurion. Like, it's pretty difficult to know right now with Stone Skin. If I always go into a battle knowing there's three Stone Skins, I will pick the burn. It's very difficult to know that. So... Hey, look, it's a throwback, this. Siffy wrote us. You learn something new. That's the goal. That's what I try to do here. Wow, this is proper old school. This is a throwback team. I'm gonna assume I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna assume they're gonna be on in Stone Skin. So. If Vulcanus was actually incoming, it would be great because Sulfurion will heal my team. Sulfurion and Ashnak are very hard counters to it. There's only one, actually. Interesting. Doesn't really matter because I'll still win. He's going to one-shot me. GG. Oh, he didn't. Interesting. For sure thought I was going to lose that. Gold chest. Bad. We'll see if it whirls. Yeah, I mean, it's difficult because I like to run a lot of 4 supersonics in my teams because it's such a hard counter to Siffy. Skiddo Steve. I'm just going to run now and get the last chest, and then we're going to call it there. So we'll see if we can win 2 more. Are we fighting? Is this you, Skiddo? Oh, you stole my Noelle. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I am. I mean, I just spent a bit on Cintranos Ignore Defense, but yeah, I'm still expecting them to add it in Chimera. It wouldn't shock me. I would do it. So that's how I know it'll happen, because I'm like, if I would do it, they will do it at some point. The only one I make an exception for is Ignore Defense, because just having 20% flat Ignore Defense now with Cascades is really, really powerful. I'm going to throw a curveball at you. Okay, we're going to pick something randomly to see what we can do. What do we got here that's interesting? We're limited on time. But let's throw a curveball. I picked the wrong one. I should have done Noelle. Never mind. I just threw a curveball in. I felt kind. Oh, you've got Cynic. Oh, this is going to be annoying as hell. This is going to be annoying as hell, this is. Oh, never mind. Yeah, you didn't break the... why did he not counterattack? Oh, there it is. So with the relics, you get the base stat in the description, then additional by upgrading. Yes. The upgrade is on top. Oh, it's a good Noelle. It's a well-built Noelle. You should have Revive still. It's a well-built Noelle. This is a really well-built Noelle. She's doing her job. This is what I'm talking about. This is what Noelle's meant to do. She's anchoring the team, and now if you use your A2 on Cynic, now I'm in trouble. Now I actually might not win, because it's actually quite hard for me to break this unkillable. Because I can't do anything, see? So you probably got me. Because I didn't have enough to kill it. So, well, this is why I'm saying she's good. People underestimate how good she is. Like, this setup you got here is actually very difficult. I didn't clock the Sir Nicholas. It's very difficult to break. It's very difficult to break. It's a good fight. But it's a well-built Noelle. And Noelle is the anchor to the team. So if you take out the Noelle, the team falls apart. I had that problem with Ancora for a very long time. But Noelle was super hard to defeat. If Noelle fell there, would have been easier for me. Yeah, resistance is really critical. Like, as long as Noelle is always going to get a turn, because I couldn't disable her or take her out, I wasn't able to spread the debuffs completely, you know. It's a big factor. And the thing is, she's also getting her revive back a lot more quickly. So it's very difficult to actually get on top of it. If you bring enough with like a CDR setup or something like that, it's really strong. Does block skill stop team thingy? Yeah, it does. We're gonna take away. Because I'm pretty confident I win the speed race. I only spent it just now, Alexium. I agree. I'm saving until they 100% of until it's been like a year. Then I will. Wow, it's a tanky premium arbiter, that. It's frustrating. Man. I don't think I'm going to win. It's just too much. My best bet is to basically do this. That went well. Got rid of Stone Skin, but he's just going to basically one-shot my Nuka. And then he's going to AoE. And then he's going to kill my Noelle. Yeah. Man, I need one more win. Yeah, I had that problem for a while. Okay, bye. Like Ancora, if they ever banned my Ancora, the best thing you can do is put something more scary. Put it with an Armand's, put it with a Marius, put it with something like that. Something that is more scary to try and tempt them, even if that character's not well built. Sometimes having like a Torment you can throw in. Sometimes having something that feels like you need to ban it over the Ancora is the big way to do it. Because Ancora's a silent threat. She's out of the meta a bit as well, so people will forget how good she actually is, but she used to anchor my teams for a very long time. I don't use her now because I've moved towards like having Noelle and Lamasu being the anchors. But that's what you need to do to stop that, is try to throw up something in the team that people think is more scary. Live Arena, more often than not, is about psychology. It's about, can you make someone think something is more powerful than it actually is? Like, mine, ever since getting 6-star, Marius is permabanned. Because people think it's the most scariest thing on my team, which it probably is, but they don't realize that I've got a super fast Mikage that's just going to probably lock them out all the time, right? Now, this is a 50-50. And what I mean by that is, can I get rid of this Stone Skin? That's the 50-50 right now. Because he's going to take my Carnage's Stone Skin with his A2. If he'd studied it correctly, he should now come in and basically A2. Okay, or he could just A3 my Carnage completely. I have one shot at this. It's very unlikely I win. Because he hasn't got enough damage on this form. Yeah, it was one shot at it. But it's very difficult because he gets max HP. He's just going to A2 and kill me. Man, I can't get a lucky break now. Frolny is a bit like that. That was just crazy damage output from him. Frolny's A2 is not that strong normally. A3, but... yeah, my Noelle getting banned is not a problem because I get Marius, so... if they let me have Marius, they lose pretty much every time. I just want to win the chest and call it there. Honestly. No, not really. I'm just getting bad teams. I'm facing teams that are just stronger than me because they're set up to win in different ways. A couple of people have had Cheshire Cat. I don't know if I like Cheshire Cat. I feel like Cheshire Cat is just basically a Razelvard clone with a bit more damage. Should have probably switched from. Try to get some crowd control. Don't. Oh man, every single time. Every single time, man. It's just gonna polymorph me. Look at this bat log. Honestly, I'm getting so much bad luck. That was because I picked fine and I shouldn't have done. I should have just picked the reviver. It happens if you kill all four, if you kill one of them whilst the other three get decapitated in the same sequence, it can happen. So he's just not built Elixium for arena. He hasn't got stone skin. He's not fast enough. He's just not in a good arena build. Like, I need him to be like 350 speed, and he's nowhere near. So I'm just getting a bad fight RNG as well, a little bit. In the sense that I'm getting too much stone skin. It's not kind of going my way. You know, the stone skin getting stripped by Galathi. It's kind of annoying. I don't think I have the Temper Sanguineous. I might have it. I don't know. I doubt it, though. Our man's here, for example, to the point of, like, throwing in something. If I get our man's, great. If I don't care about it because Mikage is my speed lead. But by putting it in, it forces them into this, right? So I can literally just go in and kill this. They've now lost their speed lead. Now, I know he's going to revive. That's why I'm deliberately not using my big nuke. Nice. But by throwing up like an Armands or something, the Armands could have no gear. It'll get banned. Right? Throwing up Void Legendaries are more scary. Throwing up a Mythical is more scary. As long as the Mythical's a decent one, people just get attracted to fear in live arena. It's a psychological game a lot of the time. Yeah, her A1 is great. Yeah, you go through these periods of time where you'll get like a bad run and then it'll pick up again. I'll get some good luck now. So, do you think Akrizia gets banned if you put it in? She's not a terrible arena champ. She does hit reasonably hard. It's a rare. I don't know. I don't think I got it. If I have, I've probably got rid of it. The orb's really good, to be honest, because it's gemstones that you get. So if I turn me, if I was to actually build her again, I'd try and get her in supersonic with a high resistance, because the 2 relics will boost the supersonic gain at 4 if any enemy's buffed to give her more agency. Oh. Don't really know why he's going for Hegemon, if I'm being honest. I'll have a look at it now, Akash. The counterattack's almost one-shot him. Oh boy. Well played. Well played. It's just bottom meta. I should have just stuck with Lamar when they got locked out. So, man, I just want to win one more fight. I've been trying to win 2 fights for the last 7 fights. It's ridiculous. Like, all I want to do is win once. I haven't been pushing for that exact reason. I do 1 a day normally. I just want to get the chest. Okay. This is the one. I feel it. By the way, this is why I have orb. Look what I just stole. Look what I was just able to steal. That's why you have orb. I stole the stone skin from orb transmutation thingy. Well, that is one tanky He-Man. Like, what do I have to do to make him not kill me? I'm kind of scared of this He-Man. I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of scared of this team. I think I'm gonna lose. Because he's gonna revive. That is terrible. I for sure thought I had the win here. But that He-Man was like ridiculously tanky. Who the hell is changing? Why didn't he not get feared? I don't know. Somehow I didn't get a turn. I have no idea what's going on in this fight. But whatever, I've lost. Man, can I just get one win? Look at this. One win. That's all I want is one win. Ugh. Oh man, I got the same person again. I don't know how I didn't kill his He-Man, honestly. I did so much damage to it. The new Shadow can HP Nuka. Not seen it. Oh, he had Ward of the Fallen, that's why. No wonder why he didn't die. He's got Ward of the Fallen on. It's clever, actually. Gives you a free buff. It's like, I couldn't understand how he didn't die from Marius. And it's because he had Ward of the Fallen, so he was getting like 30% damage reduction. Now it makes sense. Died that time, didn't he? Glycud's kind of hard to beat. I should have probably banned him. Just freeze her up. I miss playing this, but I still think I'm okay. Finally, there we go. Whew. This is really annoying. I mean, it's a great roster shot. If I get no chest, I'm gonna lose my mind. If I got no chest, I'm going to lose my damn doozies. Whoa, we got the chest still. Alright, come on. Oh, it sucked. That's bad. It's bad. Terrible. Kind of sucks. I still got champion training to do. And I still got like... How many of these fragments can we skip, by the way? I'm guessing like some, right? I really don't want to do champion training. Where's the thing? Can I skip 5? Oh, I can skip 25? That's good, I can skip that. Oh, wait, there's 10 wins. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Hang on, how many is in total? 55, 35. It's 90. I can skip 15, right? 15. So I can skip one of the champion trainings. Because we'll probably get a lot from the hero's path. That's fine. I can skip that. I could probably just grab this. Have we had summoning news yet? What's the summoning news for tomorrow? I don't think we've had summoning news. Have we had summoning news? Oh, yeah, we have. I mean, it's Modo. It's not best. It's not the best summoning event. Let's just do this. Oh, notification spam, honestly. If we do anything in Godforge, tell you the one thing we are not doing is putting a notification button next to every single interaction you need to make in the game. What a stupid place to put a notification button. Like, seriously, right over every single interface that I need to click. Let's not do that. Come on now, we're better than this. We can do better. How expensive do I think it'll be tomorrow? Yeah, it'll probably be like 6 or 7, I think. It won't be that expensive, but it will be, you know, reasonably. Wait, do I have a... I don't have a +4 Shamel. Let's see. They've added new filters here. It'll be something like this year. I don't have any more information. What have we got? 4-star here. Gembo, Faceless, Exemplar. Okay. What do you mean? It's normally 25 on the champion chase. But like 6 or 7, honestly. It won't be that much. It'll be like a normal summer rush. It's fine. It'll be like... For what you, and don't forget, it's not going to be like 25 in one batch. It'll be like 10 and 15 or something. Or even like 5, 5, 5, 5. It'll be fine. I'm not worried. Yeah, probably will. There you go. I have not got it in me to do 3,000 points for champion training. I just don't have it in me. This will be fine. I'll do a bit of gear cleansing tomorrow. I need to anyway. This has got plenty of time on it. We'll go blast that out quickly though. Wait, did I do the finite tournament? I'm still gonna do that. Oh, we'll get the finite tournament done. Yeah, I'm just using up my I'm just doing the events I need to finish so that I can log. Unkillable. The bin. Oh, I'll check Tempest now. Yeah. Sorry, I forgot about that. We need like 220 points here. But we'll do it after. Tempest Sanguineous. Yeah, I don't have it. Like I said, I don't have it. When I said I don't have the Tempest Sanguineous, I wasn't joking. That's pretty good, actually. Yeah, you're not wrong. Yeah, I've not pulled a Tempest Sanguineous yet. I've not actually. I don't think I pulled a Malefic token either. It's good though, especially with this. Actually, it's really good with this, Akash. It's really good with this. This. Really good with this. You could also do that one as well. That'll give you 20. Yeah, this one or this one, I would say. Really good with. I actually have this one. It's actually broken. This is really strong. You basically get... Here's how crazy it is. Right? This is how crazy this is. If you put this with Slayer set Necmo, Necmo will get 40% turn meter every single turn. It's actually disgusting. It's my Necmo and Slayer. No, he's not. If he was in Slayer... Not for, Who's got it at the moment? This. I don't know why he's in Toxic. I'll be honest. If I was to rebuild him, I'd put him in Slayer, right? I can do it quickly right now because I'll rebuild him anyway. Anyway, speed. Kind of low rolled. It's kind of cool. Right. Okay, so 4-piece layer, 4-piece this. Watch this now. Went too quick. Let's just put... And someone is just a little bit faster, just a little bit slower. Too fast. Too slow. Perfect. Right. She's a little bit too fast. Can I just glyph you up a bit? Great. Just get a little bit of glyphing going on in here. I mean, we couldn't glyph it any worse. Where are we at now? 261. Oh man, can we just have someone who's like 260 speed? Perfect, 259. Right, okay. Watch this now. How much turn meter he just got back? He practically got like 60% turn meter. Now imagine you did that in 4 Slayer, 4 Supersonic. Right? So we were getting 20% plus 20%. We actually got 20% plus 25% here. So we got 45%. You would multiply that gain by 58. So it'd be 58.5. Every time I A1 or A2, I get like pretty much 50% turn meter filling. Right? I can do this here now. Ready? Speed boost. Watch this. Watch the turn meter. Boom, boom. I'm getting like 40 to 50% turn meter fill. Boom, boom. I don't know what I'm actually getting turn meter from on top, mind. Oh, it's passive, right? Oh man, that's nuts. How much turn meter he's getting? Okay, can we find a less obnoxious? Oh man, can we find just like a wave that's not super obnoxious, not negative affinity, not negative this? Not got huge amounts of crowd control, honestly. It's better. Boom. 7, 5. 5, 3. He's basically taken 3 turns in the time it's taken all of these other 3 to take 1. Look at that. One. Look how many turns you can take. These are like, this is floor 70 or 80. These are like 240 speed, like, opponents. These are fast opponents. And he's just like taking like 6 turns. It's why I say a lot of times, it's not about the relic, it's about the gemstone. Yes, this one's useless, but it was just because, look, this is what I'm saying, right? Not only was I getting 25% from Slayer, I was getting 20% when I did all debuffs, so I was getting 45%, and I was getting 10% more from this gem. So I was basically getting all of these multipliers, and that's before I even put Supersonic. If I put Supersonic instead of Merciless, not only am I getting 30% bonus, I'm getting 10% bonus and 20%. So effectively, I was getting a 20 plus 25, so I was getting 45% bonus. 0.45 times 1.3 times 1.1. If I put Supersonic and that gemstone, I'm getting a 64% turn meter fill every single time I do an A2 and I place debuffs. That means I'm effectively going 60% faster than I currently am. So in that sense, if I was going at 250 speed, I'm actually going at 400 speed. If I was going at 350 speed, I'm actually going 560 speed, because effectively speed is just an equation that's like, turn meter is basically speed but instant. So if I'm always going 60% faster consistently, that means I'm at 560 speed. Arek's passive. Where's Arek's? Yep. The gemstone would work. I mean, you're not going to get like Slayers. Like, you need 5% is quite small to multiply. You need a bigger number, but the gemstone 10% will boost that by 5%. So you'd actually get like 5.5%. Extra velocity. Extra velocity. Maximum velocity. Extra velocity. That wouldn't work. Oh, it would give you 9% boost. Yeah, it would give you 9% boost. It depends whether that failure is a block or a resist. But yeah, that's a pretty powerful one. This one would be better, though. It's more specific. It has to resist, but still. Like, this is super good on a high resist champ. Like, that's what I say. When I'm looking at relics, I'm not looking for the actual passive. I'm looking at the gemstones. The gemstones are the most important aspect of a relic, because it tells you what you can do to abuse the game. So Chrono Cube is great, but actually it's really good because it gives you Pentagonal. And Pentagonal is these highly powerful utility, right? These utility things. Very, very, very useful. So that's what I'm doing when I'm looking at these relics. When I'm evaluating the strength of the relic, I'm looking at first the gemstone, then I'm looking at the stats, then I'm looking at what it does. Right? I don't actually care that this is extra Giant Slayer. I care about the combinations that I can do. But this is kind of lame because square gemstones are very defensive based. You don't really get much offensive capability. So this is kind of like a bit of mix of everything. Cat's Gaze is so good because you get 2 triangular in a circle, 3 damage with crit damage. And it's like everything is perfect. Same as Stormcall. You get speed, crit damage, and attack, plus a damage offensive capable thing. The effect is enhancing, but I'm picking it because of the gemstones. So anyway, we're going to leave it there. It is late. I will be back doing more content. We will be back on it, and yeah, it should be pretty good. Anyway, guys, I'm going to catch you there. I'll see you all very soon. I don't think there'll be a stream tomorrow. It'll probably be a stream next week now. But we will be getting back to it. Anyway, have a nice evening. Bye.